very good morning, live from Trent Bridge here in Nottingham. Blaze versus Surrey in this round 6 clash of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. James Carr here, bringing you live pictures and coverage. Delighted to say I've got Charlie Harden here with me as well. The news from the toss then. Kirsty Gordon has won the toss, and the Blaze will bowl first on a cloudy morning. The lights are on, so we think that's perhaps first advantage to the Blaze. Team news, quite a few changes, quite a few movers and shakers. So we'll run through the Blaze team first. Tammy Beaumont, Amy Jones comes back in and will keep wicket, the England international. We believe those two will open the batting as well in the second innings. Catherine Bryce, the Scottish international. Georgia Elwis, Sarah Bryce, awarded her 100th cap by her sister in the warm-up today. Ella Claridge, Emma Jones, Kirsty Gordon, the skipper, Lucy Hyam, Josie Groves and Charlie Phillips. So very spin-heavy side picked for the Blaze, but there's been quite a few ins and outs. Marie Kelly, Orla Prendergast, Grace Ballinger all unfit from the previous game, and Prisha Thanawala misses out this time. There you've got it, the graphic on the screen there of the playing 11. Charlie, do you want to take us through the Surrey 11?
Of course, there's also been a couple of changes in the Surrey side as well. We've got Bryony Smith and Alice Monaghan. Then Paige Schofield as well at number 3, who got 44 last time out. And then that middle order of Alice Davidson-Richards, Jemima Spence, Kira Chatley. Then there's no, of course, Danny Wyatt-Hodge, who is replaced by Cranston. We've also got Maitland Brown, Danny Gregory, Tilly Courtine Coleman, the 18-year-old, picked in the World Cup squad for England, and Priyanaz Chatterjee.
Umpires are ready. Gabby Brown and Paul Pollard will get things underway in the middle. Alex Swan is the match referee. The Blaze squad just converging on the boundary edge. Boundary brought in on that Trent Bridge inside of the ground where the practice wickets are. We're playing quite a way over on the left hand side of the square as we look from the Radcliffe Road end. I always work out by the stripes how long the boundaries are, because they're cut in 3 wicket widths, so it's about 9 metres of stripe. So I reckon it's 40 metres to that short side, and on this side it's about 55 metres. I'll let someone text in and tell me what that is in old money, in yards. But in terms of the dimension of the ground, particularly short on one side, which is going to be a bit challenging for some of those spin bowlers, because they might not bowl at the end they want to.
Of course.
And of course it is very long straight at both ends, so it's a good hit towards that pavilion under construction at the Stuart Broad end, or down towards the media end in the Radcliffe Road end. So batters are on their way as well. A little crowd just starting to come in here at Trent Bridge. It's a cool morning, isn't it? The lights are on. It feels more like March again, not May.
Yeah, it certainly does. I went for a little walk along the boundary road this morning. A lot of dew underfoot, a lot of sort of moisture in the air, clouds hanging low, as you mentioned. And you've got to say, it's an important day to get off to a good start with the new ball. And also, as you mentioned, with the spin to that short boundary, it's definitely a day where the more experienced spinners will opt to spin it away from the boundary, and there might be a few that have to bowl spinning it nicely towards the boundary for the Surrey batters. But we've got an exciting day in store, especially after such a brilliant game here earlier this week, where the Blaze took down Warwickshire women with a 300+ run chase. But Charlie Phillips, after a brilliant 5-wicket haul last time out for the Blaze, will take the new ball from the Stuart Broad end.
Schofield is going to take strike. She's up at the top of the order. 176 runs so far in 5 knocks, an average of 35.
Good start there from Charlie Phillips. Draws out the defensive. We've got one slip in. Deep third. A long leg as well. And then a nice ring field. Despite a big open gap in square leg. So Charlie Phillips looking to hang it outside the off stump. Attack the channel. She's going to be so important today, isn't she, James? Those 5 wickets in the last game.
Yeah, she is indeed. We saw a lot of her at the beginning of last season, and then she ran the drinks for a lot of the second part of the season. So it's good to see her with ball in hand again and causing some chaos really for batters with being in the wickets.
Yeah, she hasn't missed her mark so far this morning.
It's been a real hallmark of this Blaze side is there's a lot of competition in the squad. Kirsty McCarthy had that new ball. Of course, she's just coming back from injury, and that's what's kept Charlie Phillip out. But if she's performing in the absence of Kirsty McCarthy, it shows how much depth they have in this squad.
Struck on the pad, just drifted down the leg side there. Charlie Phillips brings the first runs off the morning, off the legs. With Paige Schofield, 1 for none.
Yeah, just dangling a little carrot is Charlie Phillip here. She want to take the ball away into that Ordinary Claridge at first slip, but then that little carrot of that gap through mid-wicket, easy pickings, but you've got to be good to take the ball across the line there.
Tempting with the short boundary, of course.
Solid from Monaghan there. These two, of course, both played for the Southern Vipers as well. Been a bit of movement, hasn't there, across the counties? Now the game's a little bit older. Of course, we're in our 6th year of professional women's cricket now, full time, but starting to see players move around, bit of competition for places, more contracts.
Driven nicely through the point gap. It's not going to go too far, just well fielded by Tammy Beaumont there. About halfway to the boundary rope, but that ends the first over, and it's 2 for none. Yeah, a lot of drifting between Tier 1 and Tier 2, some lonely players as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of cricket now, a lot of cricket. Flick on MV Play, use whatever app you want to, by the way. But yeah, flick on MV Play to see what's going on. And second 11 cricket, development 11 cricket, Tier 2, Tier 3, dual registrations, players on loan. Yeah, there's lots going on. But you don't get better in an indoor school on AstroTurf wickets. You get better by playing cricket, don't you? And there's a real diet of cricket now if you're a young female in the game. Catherine Bryce then to take the new ball. Big loss. Grace Ballinger not playing. She always takes wickets up top, swings the ball in. But Catherine Bryce is a pretty good replacement with the new ball. Scotland international and Scotland captain. She's at the top of the mark. On the money straight away. We turn into the leg side though by Alice Monaghan. Just the single. Tammy Beaumont retrieving the ball. Catherine Bryce could swing an orange, but I think if it's a little bit juicy out there and the lights as well, she might just get you a little bit more out of this new white ball. That one swung, but a little bit too much down the leg side. Umpire signals wide.
Yeah, there seems to be the approach from Catherine Bryce, really try and hone in on the stumps. No deep third out. Wingfield on the offside, but too deep out on the leg side.
Just gets a radar wrong again there. It evades everything. Long leg coming round, but in vain. So 5 wides signalled by Gabby Brown there.
Yeah, just hasn't quite got herself sorted yet, Catherine Bryce, but it won't be long before she really starts honing in. Can be quite tricky to keep control of that new ball, especially when Grace Ballinger's been in charge of it of late.
She took the new ball quite a bit in the 2020 competition last year and came round the wicket quite a lot. She's over the wicket this time and driven up high and hard up the ground. Good fielding there by Josie Groves, I think it is. No, sorry, it was a sister, Sarah Bryce. Not used to seeing Sarah without her gloves on in the outfield today. Catherine Bryce down the leg side once again, just struggling with the radar. There is shape in the air. That synonymous in-swing of Catherine Bryce that we've seen over a long period of time. Bryce once again on the pads, turn round the corner this time by Monaghan. They'll think about coming back for a second, but good piece of work there as the ball's fizzed into the gloves of Amy Jones.
You mentioned Catherine Bryce from around the wicket. I think whilst there's this much swing on offer, it could be quite a good strategy. But I do like the idea with catching mid-wicket in close, trying to hoop one round in towards the leg stump area. Put a little temperature out on the toes of the batter.
On the money this time. Schofield plays with a vertical bat. Bryce fields off her own. Yeah, 88. Emma Jones there at that short mid-wicket. Of course, a former Surrey player. Took the move up the M1 during the winter. Another leg by here. Quite a bit of a crowding down in the members stand at the Stuart Broad end. Lovely little viewing area in that room between the two tiers. I'm sure there'll be a few bovrils and teas being served this morning. Turned into the leg side again. So Surrey just happy to tickle it along at the moment. Just the one boundary from those 5 wides. That's the end of the second. Surrey 14 for none.
Yeah, I think some of the members in the viewing area between the two stands you mentioned might be opting for the slightly warmer approach to this morning's play. It is a little bit chilly out there, a little bit of a breeze, not much sunlight in the area, but we're hoping the rain will stay away as the lights are shining on. So Charlie Phillips to continue from the Stuart Broad end.
What have we got here? We've got a deep backward square leg, slash and long leg, trying to cover quite a bit of a funky shape to that corner of the ground. It's quite square, isn't it, the boundary down there?
Yeah, just covering the lack of square leg as well as big open space at fine leg, as you mentioned. And there it is through fine leg. A little tickle onto the ball there. And it's run away down for 4. So Charlie Phillips just misses her line. And it's been capitalised on there by Monaghan. 18 for none.
Yeah, a bit of a head scratcher, that one, for the captain. As we see Kirsty Gordon on screen there, just you can't really bowl there. It's hard to cover that corner of the ground when you play so far across the square. Charlie Phillips has really got to tighten her lines up here.
Whipped away again. Drifting onto the legs is Charlie Phillips, but finding the fielder. So just a single. Almost as if you're going to bowl it down the leg side, you have to bowl it right there. So that the long leg is found.
Yeah, that's as straight as she can go, really. I'm sure the Blaze will have some KPIs for the power play around inducing vertical bat shots, getting batters to play high up the ground, because that brings the catching cordon into place. It brings extra cover and cover into place.
Struck on the pad, little appeal, not really from the bowler. Yeah, you're right, it's Charlie Phillips just trying to get the Surrey batters just to play as straight as possible.
Yeah, good length that time from Schofield. Sorry, I beg your pardon, from Phillips, but just straying slightly leg side. Wasn't a serious appeal.
A nice drive up towards mid-off, no run though. Yeah, very good start this from the fielders at the Blaze. Extra cover is quite tight. Nice in catching, but that one went through to mid-off for no run.
Lovely shot that. Wasn't an out-and-out half volley, which shows how good this surface is here at Trent Bridge.
Just whipped away there. Again, another nice shot for no run. Yeah, we watched a brilliant game. Over 600 runs scored here on the 29th earlier this week. That was 29th of April, sorry, I forget we're in a new month. 4 days in.
And was that on the pitch that's right next to the one we're playing on?
I actually think that it was the same pitch
that we're on today.
I might have to think about that. Oh, bowled! It's nipped in back through the gate. And off stump is now seriously leaning. And what a breakthrough that is for Charlie Phillips. Paige Schofield's got to go. It's now 19 for 1 at the end of the third. And that's a really, really good early breakthrough with the new ball under the lights.
Huge wicket that, huge wicket. Paige Schofield is a really good cricketer. Scored a lot of runs over the last few years. So Charlie Phillip will be delighted to see the back of a key player for the Surrey women. Just tightened the line up, didn't she? Got the ball on the posh side of the wicket and it crashed into the top of off. As we see a replay there, yeah, just a little bit of shape back in. Bit of a loose shot from Schofield in the end. I wonder if after playing a couple of good shots for none, she just got a little bit frustrated and kind of lost her shape going hard at the ball.
Yeah, I wonder if those couple of good shots actually, rather than perhaps frustrated her, but almost lulled her into the fact that she was hitting it really nicely, and then just went after one that just tails back in at the end. Good bowling from Charlie Phillips to end the over.
Yeah, 19 for 1 after 3. New batter is Kira Chatley. She's got 73 runs from her 5 outings so far. A little bit lean from her standards after a real breakthrough year last year. Bryce with ball in hand. And that's just took off outside off stump. Amy Jones taking a little bit of evasive action there. Stood up to the stumps.
Well, I think we might have hit the helmet there actually. We've just had a little motion from Kirsty Gordon to say that Amy Jones has been hit on the head. It doesn't look like we're having a concussion test.
No.
Just saw Kirsty Gordon pointing towards the head for some reason. I'm not sure if they... What's this chat about, do you reckon?
Don't know. Not sure. What did you have for tea last night, perhaps? Yeah, Amy Jones is now just meeting the physio halfway to the boundary edge. It's just protocol. Player safety is paramount.
I think they're having a chat about their dinner too, actually.
I mean, that might be part of the protocol, actually. Can
Could
you
be.
remember what you had for your tea last night?
That's a good question, actually. Doesn't look like much of a test going on, does it? I'm sure they're doing the right thing. Plenty of discussion, though, going on at the bowler's end. Catherine Bryson and the leadership just discussing their best possible method of attack, perhaps.
I mean, there's some experience though, isn't there, in that shot there? Georgia Elwys played a heck of a lot of domestic cricket now, one of the leading run scorers in domestic cricket in the history of the game. Kirsty Gordon played for England and now Scotland again. And of course, Catherine and Sarah Bryce, two esteemed Scottish internationals. And we'll see them all on show at the Women's T20 World Cup as well.
Yeah, not far away. 12th of June.
Right, we're back on, I think. Catherine Bryce with ball in her hand from the Radcliffe Road end. Driven up the ground from Alice Monaghan. Kirsty Gordon doing the fielding at mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, plenty more fans coming into the ground now.
This one whipped through mid-wicket, splits Emma Jones and Tammy Beaumont. Josie Groves does the fielding out on that leg side boundary. Well, of course, it's the food festival today here at Trent Bridge as well, so loads of food stalls around the ground. So that will attract a crowd. Happened for the last few years here on this early May bank holiday. So if you are local, please come down. Down the leg side again here, Bryce. Umpires will move, so it must have tickled something on the way through to the keeper. There was some great food on show last year. Loaded chips, fish and chips, Indian food, Chinese food. If you are local, please do come down, because there's lots to gorge on. As that one beats the outside edge of the bat. Kira Chatley on strike for the first time.
Is it not a coincidence that you're here today with the food?
100% a coincidence. Chatley into the leg side. Great piece of fielding from Emma Jones. That keeps Chatley down that end, and just Blaze trying to frustrate this Surrey batting side at the moment. That's the end of the fourth. Surrey 20 for 1.
Yeah, Surrey going at a decent rate. They're finding ways to score. As you whip out your food voucher, you're already thinking about what you're going to eat later. But no, Surrey have found ways to score early on, and Blaze did very well last time out to really dry up Warwickshire at the start of the innings. But they've been a little bit looser so far this morning. Must be a little bit tricky to control the swinging ball under the clouds. It's a wide full one driven out. Well, a little misfield, but well backed up by Sarah Bryce. Good intent there in the ring. Backing up your teammates.
Yeah, she got her out of jail there, didn't she? I'm sure Georgia Elwys will be forgiven for that after all the runs and wickets she's taken for the Blaze over the years, but yeah, a little bit sloppy for a second.
That's a nice drive again, but for no run. Well fielded by Georgia Elwys this time.
Normal service resumed.
I was just wondering if it took a couple of skips off that slightly dew-covered square.
Yeah, she's on the edge of the wicket as well. I mean, tend to dip a little bit where the square's built up, doesn't it?
Yeah, good areas again from Charlie Phillips. You did ask about which pitch they're playing on, and I'm pretty sure they're playing on the exact same wicket as they did last time out, because I remember we called it the mega pitch, because I very rarely see two very freshly cut strips next to each other.
Yeah.
Again drifting onto the leg side, and as well whipped away through the vacant square leg. It's going to come back for 2. Ooh, a little bit close, but good running in the end. Good intent shown early from the Surrey batters.
Good piece of running there. I've just been reliably informed.
Or is it from memory?
No, be reliably informed that it is the same pitch from our producer, Kirsty. Thanks, Kirsty.
I always try and disguise those as just my own memory.
Well, I'm guessing the pitch next to it is the 4-day pitch that Nottingham men played on previously.
Just in the block hole there and well fielded in a mid-wicket, which prevents any sign of a single.
Because that is a well-used pitch next to it, isn't it? It looks like it's had some male fast bowlers pounding on that over a 4-day period.
Yeah, plenty of runs too. Just down the leg side, and a diving attempt from Amy Jones is in vain. That's going to run away for 4. I wonder if that might have just tickled the bat on the way through, do you think, James?
Yeah, the umpires signalled runs there.
Just out of reach for Amy Jones. But that ends the over, 26 for 1.
Monaghan moves on to 16 now from 16 balls. Halfway through this first power play. Shatley yet to score. She's faced 3 balls. It's a real breakthrough year last year, Kira Shatley. Not got off to as profitable start this season so far. She turns that one into the leg side for no run.
Well, she's been picked in the ODI squad, hasn't she?
She has indeed.
For New Zealand.
Bryce shaping that one into the pads of Shatley. Subdued appeal.
And of course, that Siva Brunt, after a little tiny calf injury she picked up here earlier this week.
Driven up the ground, just choked it slightly there as it hits the inside half of the bat. No run. Yeah, we didn't actually mention the notable absentee of Nat Siva Brunt this morning. I mentioned Thanoala, Kelly, Prendergast and Ballinger. Forgot the England captain. Bryce is in now. Well weighted on this time by Shatley. She just turns into leg side, mid-wicket doing the fielding. Patience game by both sides here. Who's going to make the mistake? Does the batter force it? Does the bowler try and chase it? On the money again, Catherine Bryce. Shatley equal in defence. The lights are on here at Trent Bridge. Ball's just nibbling around a little bit.
Just quickly on Siva Brunt, as that ends the over there, 26 for 1. Being here for that game, she played very, very well in the chase. And then walked off and looked fine. And I couldn't believe when I saw it. It's almost as if she must have been playing through some sort of calf injury, or whether it's precautionary, which is why she's been removed from the ODI squad.
I mean, it's a huge year, isn't it? It's a huge year.
It is.
Home World Cup. I'm sure it is just precautionary. We do wish her a speedy recovery.
It would be great to hear your thoughts, James, shortly on the fact that there's been a tiny little pull away from England players playing a few domestic games every now and again. As Charlie Phillips continues, and with that army camp over the weekend, again a couple of players not playing domestically. Do you think the England women players should have played as much cricket as possible in the run-up, or are you on board with the leadership style at the minute.
I think I need a solicitor to answer this question, probably.
I have chucked it on you. I do apologise. Full from Charlie Phillips, just blocked out. Well, no run.
I think it's very easy to kind of put your kind of fan lens on and expecting the players to be just playing everything, whether it's men's cricket, women's cricket, or lots of other sports and sporting codes in that respect. They're humans, and I think everything is individualised, and it's not as simple as just sending all the players carte blanche to go and play domestic cricket, I don't think. And I think if you're Charlotte Edwards right now, your priority is to win a home World Cup, and you make the decisions that are right, not only for the team and that T20 campaign, but what's right for those individuals. So for some of them, they'll need to play some cricket because that's what's right for them. For some of them, it'll be about rest and recuperation and rehabilitation, and I think ultimately that's what we've seen across the domestic game.
Yeah, it's very interesting because I can only imagine when you've got to make those decisions for your whole team, it really is what's the best interest of as many as possible.
Yeah.
Because you've still got to grow that team dynamic. You haven't played a huge amount of international cricket recently.
And hence why we expect that Tammy Beaumont and Amy Jones will open the bat for Blaze, and then that's what they'll do for England against New Zealand in a week or so's time.
Oh, it's really full. Well guided down there towards the third region, picked up by, I believe that is, not Amy Jones, Josie Groves. There you go. That was well played there by Monaghan, just deflecting it down towards third.
So on Josie Groves, right arm leg spin, bowls over the wrist. Lucy Hyam off spinner, backward point. She's just been gesturing and rolling her arm over. And then of course Kirsty Gordon, left arm orthodox.
Again full. Good bowling from Charlie Phillips to end the over. Just one run from it, 27 for 1. Seems to be a real plan there to get it up there in the block hole.
So the question I was going to ask you is, which end are these three spinners going to bowl from? And we're going to get our first answer to that question now, because Lucy Hyam, the off spinner, is going to bowl from the Radcliffe Road end, which makes sense, turning it in into the longer side.
Yeah, so this is where she bowled at earlier this week, and she bowled very, very well. When she got it right, the batters found it really tricky to get away. There was a couple of times, especially to Pavley, that a full toss was lobbed up. You can't obviously expect everything to be right from the off, but there was a couple of slightly loose deliveries that Pavley was able to really capitalise on.
I think Lucy Hyam is one of those money ball type players. She gets valuable runs down the order, is a very good off spinner and is very athletic in the field. She's in for the first time today from the Radcliffe Road end, and she's on the money straight away. Spent a lot of time with Lucy last summer, front end of the summer, in the commentary box with us. Fantastic character. She's in again. This one swept down the leg side. It's been given as a wide, so it evades everything. They come through for 2 wides in the end. Gabby Brown, the standing umpire from the Radcliffe Road end. So yeah, it's just nice to see her back on the field after a long period injured. Just pausing for a second there. Just setting the field, no changes. 4 on the offside, 5 on the leg, short mid wicket. Station there, Emma Jones doing the fielding there. This one's float up, low full toss, going to be squeezed through. Extra cover. Great chase by Sarah Bryce, but it's in vain. So a slight loose delivery there from Lucy Hyam. 4 runs to Kira Chatley. She's off the mark. Taken her 11 balls, but she's just absorbing the pressure at the moment. Very little margin for error. Bowling, spinning, power play 1. Only 2 fielders outside the boundary, of course. Turning to leg side, no run outside the circle, I should say. No use if you stood outside the boundary. Catherine Price down at long on. Josie Groves at deep mid-wicket. They're the 2 boundary riders. As Chatley pats back another dot.
Chatley hasn't looked unsettled, despite taking a bit of time to get off the mark. She looked really calm out there.
She just pushes this one up to mid-off, mid-on even. Sarah Bryce runs round, saves her sister a job coming in from long on. Yeah, she's looked unfazed, hasn't she? Which is the way to do it, absorb a bit of pressure on a gloomy morning here at Trent Bridge. Monaghan back on strike then for the last ball of this over. Oh, she's chipped it to mid-wicket as it fell short. Diving forward there, Emma Jones. I think it's just fallen short. I don't think it was a drop catch. And just after saying Kira Chatley was absorbing pressure, Monaghan just went a bit hard at that one, didn't she? So perhaps a half chance there for the Blaze. I don't know if we'll get another angle on that one. See what happens. Surrey 34 for 1 after 8 overs. Let's have a look. Oh, maybe just short, and I think Jones just lost her footing a little bit, which prevented her from probably winning another yard, getting under that and getting forward to it.
And they're so hard to judge, aren't they? Because you don't know if they're going to be racing along a head height, or then all of a sudden you've got to lean and dive forward to catch it. And I think, judging by the body language of the Blaze players, actually it didn't really look like too catchable a chance. So we've got a little field change. Third is coming up inside the ring. Fine leg goes back. We've also got a deep backward square leg. Everyone on the offside is in the ring. And we've just got a couple more overs of the first power play. Phillips continues. Just pushed off the back foot towards cover. Tammy Beaumont picks up.
I do wonder if Charlie Phillips is just trying to put in the batsman's head, I can bowl you a slippery bumper here and I've loaded my bases. It's a short side, it's a risky ploy, but Phillips has got a short one in her. It might just be trying to unsettle the batters here.
Short, there you go. Pull shot just missed. Wide given though. Very good call, James. I was more under the impression that it was just extra reinforcement on the leg side to be able to allow Charlie Phillips to really attack the stumps more. But you called that perfect.
Well, I think it's both. I think it is both. You get it. We saw the fine tickle round the corner, and it races away 4. So I do think it covers that awkward shaped corner as well.
Yeah, good length. Attacking the stumps, turn towards the mid-wicket fielder. But I almost feel sometimes when there is an entire ring field on the offside, it's almost a little bit of a trap, because Charlie Phillips isn't going to miss her line wide too often on the offside. And especially when batters can try and get cute with it and run it down towards third man and beat the fielder, it really brings the stumps into play with a very small bat face. There it is, short and missed. 35 for 1.
Shatley having a little smile to herself there. I think she knows she just got stuck on the front foot there and needed to push back and get across the offside and cut that one away.
leg side from Charlie Phillips. And they get through to a single, and I think that is a wide given. So 2 runs added and an extra ball. She's really going stump hunting here, isn't she? Just like the first wicket that fell, 19 for 1 when Schofield went for 1, bowled by Phillips, off stump splayed.
Yeah, she's got that slightly slingy action, hasn't she? So she might sort of spray the odd one down the leg side, but then come up with a seed to the next ball.
Full driven, well fielded at cover. Really good work there from Georgia Elwes. Just parried into the hands of Tammy Beaumont as they have a little high five together.
Yeah, that's huge, that. The context of a power play.
Yeah.
That gets through, it's 4 runs. So just continuing to slow that clock on the Surrey scoreboard down, 37 for 1.
Just onto the pads and whipped away through square leg out to the deep fielder. So 1 run added. Yeah, they're doing very well just to contain any pressure, prevent too many boundaries. It seems to be the tactic here in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. How can we prevent boundaries in the power play where you are only allowed 2 fielders out on the boundary? Nice try from Kira Chatley again, finding Elwes at extra cover. So that ends the over. It's 38 for 1, and the Blaze continuing to keep pressure on.
Yeah, it's in the balance a little bit, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Chatley looks very comfortable, as does Monaghan, without really getting off to a flyer. It is about who just holds the skills for the longest periods of time here.
Yeah, it did feel like Schofield's dismissal was a little bit boundary hunting kind of shot. And I wonder if they can just continue to build this pressure with 1 over left of the power play. We might see something similar.
Lucy Hyam, ball in hand. Just drags it down, it's pulled to square leg.
I think that's out.
Beaumont holds the catch up, so bit of a gift there. There is a coming together by the umpires now. Monaghan has stood there. Well, she's gone to join a colleague in the middle. Beaumont held the ball up straight away. Customary practice here is that you go with what the fielder says, unless the umpires see something different. And it looks like Monaghan is now walking off, so she'll be frustrated there. She played some good shots. She's absorbed a bit of pressure. And as often we see in this funny old game of cricket that we love, it's sometimes the bad ball that gets the wicket, and it was a bit of a drag down from Lucy Hyam, but she'll take the wicket nevertheless. So Surrey are 38 for 2 now in the 10th.
Yeah, well, we were just mentioning, weren't we, that Surrey would have been thinking about trying to get 1 to run away just before the end of the power play, and as you mentioned, just a little bit of a drag down from Hyam brings about the wicket. It's the glory of being a spinner sometimes, that sometimes your bad ball takes a wicket. Not sure that was quite part of the plan there from Hyam, but I'm sure she'll take it. 38 for 2.
Bryony Smith then, the new batter. Long-standing Surrey player. She's taken a guard. Hyam's in, and Smith just rocking back on that one, hitting into the offside for no run. Bryony Smith, she's only played in 3 of the games so far. Lean patch for her, just 13 runs so far in the competition. She rocks back on this one, pulls it away, and that will be 4. That was pretty much what Alice Monaghan was trying to do. We should mention as well. It was a fantastic catch from Tammy Beaumont. They're never easy, those ones, when you're almost like a goalkeeper at square leg when the batter shapes to pull that one. You're not quite sure whether it's going to go to your left hand, your right hand. Change of field now. Of course, Lucian bowling in the power play still. Got 3 balls left, so Tammy Beaumont's gone out to deep square leg. Watchful from Bryony Smith on this occasion. Lets the ball go through to the keeper. So that deep extra cover's come up. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket on the leg side now. Rocks back again, does Bryony Smith. Just bunts it to extra cover where Georgia Ellis does the field in. Last ball off power play 1. And it's a dot. So after 10, Surrey 42 for 2. You would say a long way to go, but it's probably advantage Blaze at this stage. 2 wickets in the power play, under, or well under a run a ball. 4.2 is the current run rate. You would say that it's slight advantage to the Blaze, and probably vindicates them winning the toss and electing to bowl, doesn't it?
Yes, they definitely, after winning that toss, would have wanted at least 2 wickets in that opening spell. It's so tricky to tell, though, isn't it? At this stage in the game, in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, we see so many runs coming from the middle order. So you really do never know at this stage. But Kirsty Gordon will be coming on from the Stuart Broad end to bowl to Kira Chatley. So the field spreads. You've got a deep backward square, a deep mid wicket, and a deep cover as well. The short fine leg is brought just slightly wider, covering mid wicket in close, bit of pressure building. And Chatley goes back first up, finds deep cover for a single. I've got a little bit of a question for you here, James, with your expertise.
I'll try.
There's been quite a bit of shuffling around in the Surrey batting order today. Previous games, opening with Bryony Smith, Paige Schofield coming in at number 3, Davidson Richards at number 4, Kira Chatley down at number 6. This gets a leading edge and a drive from Bryony Smith, goes out to deep cover for a single. But there's been a bit of a shake-up today. Yes, Surrey have gone 3 losses on the bounce. 2 losses, sorry, both away from home. Do you reckon that's got to do with it?
Possibly. They've just got so much depth, haven't they, Surrey, that they can perhaps do a little bit of shuffling.
It's well bowled just on the pads. Chatley gets through to a quick single, and Bryony Smith running to the danger end. They get there safely.
We've seen Chatley open, haven't we? We've seen Bryony Smith open. Paige Schofield's played some of her best cricket at 5 and 6. And so, yeah, I'm not sure is the answer. It's not a great answer, but it's one of those that you just wonder kind of what the directive is. And you'd always think you'd want your batters to have a settled position, don't you?
Smith goes back and cuts straight to cover. Cutting from quite a straight line. Should have wanted to get that a little bit squarer, but it's always a little bit dangerous as mid-on goes out to long on. This is straight and punched off the back foot. Yeah, that's a nice shot from Bryony Smith. Kirsty Gordon not giving too much width. And a single taken off the straight bat as opposed to Smith trying to back away and open up a slightly flatter bat face. But that ends the over. First one from Kirsty Gordon goes for just 4. Good start from her. A couple of dots. It's 46 for 2. So Lucy Hyam continues spinning it away from the short boundary. As a little bit of reinforcement goes out there. Emma Jones going out to deep cover.
Yeah, I think what you tend to see from Kirsty Gordon's captaincy, particularly off her own bowling, she'll squeeze early in the over, potentially sometimes only send 2 and 3 fielders out, and then the last 3, sometimes 2 balls, she'll then send a couple extra fielders out. Hyam's in now. Gets right over the top of that one. You can see a little bit of dip. And Bryony Smith just lets that one go outside off stump. So she's starting to find a line now, is Lucy Hyam. Slightly strays this time, and it's turned into leg side. She's got that insurance policy of Josie Groves at mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket to do the fielding.
Just a quick point here on the Blazers' second innings last time out against Warwickshire. It's a really important point for this current field, especially what Siverbrunt did so well. I'll come back to it shortly.
Hyam floats this one up, dug out by Kira Chatley, and there's no run.
Is that gap at third. If you can really use that reverse sweep, paddle sweep well, it causes so many issues for the fielding team because they've got to find a fielder to plug that gap.
This one's driven hard up to extra cover again. Georgia Elwes in a hot zone there. Yeah, it really unsettles captain and bowler, doesn't it, when you start to have these players who can hit 360 and play a bit of cat and mouse. Turned into leg side this time.
Because Blaze will be very happy with this. This is what the field's set for. Occasionally drifted down leg, single taken. But because Lucy Hyam's bowling so well on that sort of off stump line, middle stump line, if you can start to paddle that down towards third, the Blaze are in danger.
Gives herself a bit of room here and squeezes this one out, does Bryony Smith. Great hands. An element of risk there, but it's paid off. So not the reverse paddle that Charlie mentioned, but some creativity from the Surrey batters there. Boundary to end the over. Surrey 52 for 2 after 12. Well, at the end of the game, the statisticians, the analysts, the coaches, they'll look at things like that. Who scored the most boundaries in a game? Often the team with the higher boundary count, higher boundary percentage, often go on to win the game. I think something like 80% of games are won by whoever hits the most boundaries.
Kirsty Gordon then straight back to that straight squeezing line. Chatley again, as you say, just absorbing the pressure. 8 of 24. This is a little bit of a bigger shot here out towards mid-on. Just a single taken. Interesting shot there from Kira Chatley, perhaps suggesting she's after a little bit of a boundary, a little bit of a release shot.
Yeah, a little bit agricultural, but mid-on is quite deep there on the circles and gave her a bit of time to get through for a single.
Just a little bit shorter, and Smith can't quite time it into the gap in the offside. Extra cover's close, deep cover just 5 yards in, preventing the two out on the leg side, right on the rope. Oh, just past the outside edge. Good bowling there from Kirsty Gordon.
The last two have just held in the pitch, and Bryony Smith just going a little bit hard at the ball.
As long off now, goes out. Bowl short, top edged up in the air. Fielder's coming in. It's Lucy Hyam out there. It's a great catch. Moving in. And Kirsty Gordon gets the wicket. And Bryony Smith has got to go after pulling a delivery straight after. Kirsty Gordon's been building up a bit of pressure, not giving the Surrey batters too much to work with. And Bryony Smith goes for 11. It's now 53 for 3.
Yeah, another one just slightly held in the pitch. Smith's gone hard at the ball there, closed the face of the bat. Leading edge. It went a distance for a leading edge, but great fielding as well, running in to take the catch. As we look at a replay of this. Lucy Hyam, great piece of fielding there. But that was born out of dot, beat the edge. Smith not really getting in tune. with the pitch, and then it brings the wicket.
Yeah, that was a really good little spell there from the Blaze, wasn't it? Davidson Richards is next in, coming into bat at number 5 for Surrey.
So they just keep coming, don't they, with Surrey? They've got injury woes as well, and they just keep coming. What a luxury to have ADR walking out at number 5. England experience, long-standing player through the Stars era and now the Surrey era.
So a slip now in, quite wide. Just had a Claridge in there. Still the Duke fielders out in leg side. As Davidson Richards goes back and hits the fielder out in the boundary. Takes a single out towards Tammy Beaumont.
See, there's just a subtle difference there, how she let the ball come to her. Yes, she played it off the back foot. Yes, it wasn't that short, but just played it ever so late. Kept that vertical bat presented and gets a single for it as well, versus Bryony Smith just going a little bit hard, close in the face. And we know Bryony Smith is a very talented cricketer, but that's the subtle difference any young players watching about playing straight and late, just that little bit longer.
Yeah, it was interesting because when Bryony Smith did find that deep fielder well, she was punching with a straight bat, as you mentioned, letting it come to her. And actually when she was trying to whip it away with a slightly flatter bat, she couldn't quite get a hold of it quite as well. 54 for 3.
Hyam to start the 14th. Low full toss, pushed up the ground. She'll get away with it as Catherine Bryce does the fielding at mid-on. Yeah, and I say that with a bit of frustration because Bryony Smith is a highly talented cricketer and you want to see good cricketers play good cricket. We've got a cheap one today there, have Blazers. Lucy Hyam's on the money there and induces a bit of an outside edge from Alice Davidson Richards. Twiddle of the bat from ADR. She resets. Hyam's in, turned into leg side. Single to vacant square leg.
I think another sign of the ball just sticking in the pitch. I'm really enjoying this from the Blaze, which is occasionally just pushing out the long on fielder and just getting them to push down the ground off the front foot, slightly against the spin.
Down the track. Did enough, but wasn't completely convincing from Chatley. Pulled away this time. It's a good shot for one. Blaze continuing to just frustrate this Surrey batting lineup. I'll give you an interesting stat at the end of this over from Lucy Hyam, who's got 1 ball to come in her 4th and Blaze's 14th over. So this one's driven up to that long on fielder, Catherine Bryce doing the fielding. So Surrey 57 for 3 after 14. Yeah, Lucy Hyam's bowled 4 overs for 20. So she's bowled 24 balls, 15 of those are dots. And that's going to be, I reckon, another key KPI, as the coaches call it, around who can bowl the most dots come the end of this game.
What does KPI stand for?
A key performance indicator.
Interesting.
I'm pretty sure that'll be something that both sides will value, is how many dots can each side bowl.
Punched off the back foot there from Davidson Richards.
It's quite interesting. Hyam's gone at 5 and over, but she's only conceded runs off 9 of the deliveries.
Oh, it's gone through her. It's bowled. What a delivery from Kirsty Gordon. And just getting the ball to slide on, and leg stump goes this time. And now Surrey are in a lot of trouble. It's 57 for 4. Alice Davidson Richards trying to push at the full one. Goes for 3. She faced 7 balls and it's 57 for 4.
Huge wicket for the Blaze. As you say, leg stump. Gordon's not a prodigious spinner of the ball, but that one has just dipped and then slid on between bat and pad. Looked a bit bemused as she walked off there, did Alice Davidson-Richards. So, serious inroads from this Blaze bowling attack. Picked the extra spinner and it's been spin to win so far, hasn't it?
It has been, and I was just about to mention that there's been a few times in this tournament where teams have got wickets early, but they haven't put the pedal down, and they haven't been able to break through the middle order, and some middle order partnerships have begun to grow. And it's really important now the Blaze just stay on top here, keep the pressure on, because what's working is building up the dots. Jemima Spence faces up. It's a very full delivery and just blocked into the offside for no run. It's Kirsty Gordon's 2nd wicket of the innings. Again, very, very full. Still 2 deep fielders on the leg side. Deep backward square, deep middle wicket, deep cover, still 5 yards in. We have the slip in place. And it's bowled again! Kirsty Gordon has gone bang bang in the over. This time it's off stump. And my word, Surrey are in deep trouble. 57 for 5. Jemima Spence has gone for a 3-ball duck. So that's 2 ducks in a row for poor Jemima Spence. And after pushing again at a full one, more class from Kirsty Gordon. She gets her 2nd in the over and her 3rd in the match. 57 for 5.
Yeah, just watching the replay, it's off stump this time, but a very similar delivery. Just late on getting that bat down, both ADR and now Jemima Spence.
I wonder if we've got a little bit of too pace in the wicket here. We've seen quite a few grip and stop, and we've seen a couple just now over when it's pitched slightly fuller, a little bit flatter maybe from Kirsty Gordon. Maybe it's a deliberate change in speed. Skips through and takes the stumps.
Yeah, absolutely deliberately. She's got lots of guile and experience as Kirsty Gordon. She's just got this knack of frustrating batters. Takes the pin out, the odd one, and it just holds in the surface and grips. And bowls one that just hits the leather of the ball and skids on. But again, dot, wicket, creates a bit of nervous energy in the batters. They stiffen up, they prod at things, and this gloomy day here at Trent Bridge has caused a lot of doubt in the Surrey batters.
Ooh, that one just picking up off a good length. Great over from Kirsty Gordon. 2 wickets taken, and her figure's now 3 for 6 from 3 overs. She is bowling absolutely terrifically. The new batter is Priyanaz Chatterjee. He's got a big role to play now alongside skipper Kira Chatley. It's 57 for 5.
Yeah. Gordon 3 overs, 12 dots. She bowled 2 overs of dots. And of the other six deliveries, they've gone for 6 runs. That's how you build pressure. Priyanaz Chatterjee, the new batter, as you say, she won't be used to coming in so early. She's a decent batter. Scotland international experience as well. Chatley, though, skipper and wicket-keeper on strike. Just standing tall and pushing this one back to Lucy Hyam.
I think, especially with Jemima Spence, the wicket has come by having the straight fielders in and forcing the batters to get runs square at the wicket.
Turning to leg side this time, that vacant square leg region.
Spence was just trying to turn it off a good length, wasn't she? Trying to find the deep fielder.
I think we're that used to seeing international cricket, the IPL, the Women's Premier League, watching highlights of cricket, short clips of cricket on YouTube, that we think everything is a wicket or a boundary. And actually 50 overs is a long time, 300 balls. Like, it's absolutely fine to chew a few balls and get yourself in and build an innings. And I know that sounds really boring of me, but actually 58 for 5 is not a great place to be. So if you have to chew a few balls and absorb a bit of pressure for your team, then you should do that. Turned into leg side by Chatterjee. She's off the mark. They may come back for 2. No, they don't, as Tammy Beaumont mops up.
Yeah, just on your point there, I mean, look at Kira Chatley. She's the one still there, 11 off 29. Hasn't looked massively in danger, just stayed patient. And
she's not in nick this year. She's not scored the runs that she would have liked so far. So to have that presence of mind to just absorb a bit of pressure, to occupy the crease, the runs, they'll catch up at some point if they make the Blaze chase the game. But right now it's Blaze that are on top. Chatley on strike, rocks back and slaps this one to deep extra cover for a single. Emma Jones doing the fielding out there. It's just, yeah, it's a bit of an old school feel to this game in terms of one-day cricket. 180 might be a good score from here. Oh, that one's beat the outside edge of the bat. Was it a drop? Was there a little nick on that one?
By the way, Amy Jones went diving after it, suggested there might have been.
End of the 16th, 60 for 5 are Surrey. I've always found with this one-day competition, since it started when it was the regional game in 2020, the 10:30 start negates a little bit of the power play. We think about power plays and how they're designed for batters to go out and blast it and hit it out the inner circle, and you get high value by doing that. But I feel the 10:30 start just allows the ball to nibble around a little bit, and it can slightly negate the purpose of a power play from a batter's point of view.
Hence maybe especially on a day like this, when the 10:30 is very, very 10:30 with the dew and the moisture, that actually that ball first decision is made a little bit more easier. Down the track comes Chatley, doesn't quite connect, and Kirsty Gordon continues to pry away.
And I think that's why you do have to go a bit, old school, for want of a better phrase, and occupy the crease and just dog it out a little bit.
Slashing drive up towards mid-off for no run.
But that's the game, isn't it? That's the carrot that Kirsty Gordon as a captain kind of hangs in front of the batter. Can you go across the line there? I'm dotting you up on the offside. I'm sending fielders out at the end of the over.
Sweeping out towards mid-wicket for a single.
You've not scored a boundary for 5 overs, and letting them know, and just got to put that out of your mind and just play your own game and ignore the noise.
Yeah, they've played the tactics so well, haven't they? I mean, when was the last boundary we saw?
I think it was the five buys, wasn't it?
Chatterjee just turning into the leg side. Another ooh from Kirsty Gordon. But she's on fire at the minute.
But then flip that. They run well, they take singles, they take 3 in one over, and they take a 4 in another over, and they get to 5 and 6 singles, and all of a sudden the fielders have got to come in, and you hit over the top. And that game of cat and mouse.
That finishes another over. 62 for 5. The Blaze are bowling brilliantly. And this Surrey pair, it's Operation Rebuild as we go into the 18th.
Yeah, there'll be a few Surrey batters there sat in the tent looking at the scoreboard thinking there's still 33 overs of batting there that I've left out there. We've all done it, haven't we? Did I need to play that shot? Why did I play that shot? If only I'd just done this, or just done that. We're going to have a change from the Radcliffe Road end. Josie Groves back in the side. She bowls right arm leg spin over the wrist. So we'll turn it away from the right-handed batters towards that short side. But if they choose to go hard into the leg side, she's got the insurance of that larger boundary. Former England under-19s player, went to the inaugural Women's under-19s World Cup that was held in South Africa. Product of this Blaze Academy. Back in the side, spins the ball from one hand to the other and she's in. Turned into the leg side for a single. That's what Surrey have got to do now, I think.
They've just got to find their way to get out past 200, really, don't they? You've got to feel, which it feels incredibly far away, but as you mentioned, still so much time left in this innings.
Groves once again. Cut away this time. Surrey will take another single. Yeah, and I get the feeling that the lights will be on all day. This cloud cover is set for the day. It's not going to get any warmer. So the conditions won't change too much. Groves once again. Chatterjee watchful and just lets this one go. Oh, turned into leg side. Wasn't controlled, it went in the air, but nobody in the circle in that mid-wicket region. So another single. 1-1.1 in this over. Surrey happy to just nurdle it around. Down the track this time, driven hard for no run. Georgia Elwes there, stationed at extra cover. Got very familiar with that over the years, haven't we? Well bowled from Groves. Just dotting Chatterjee up once again. So 65 for 5 from 18. Groves goes for 3 in her first over. Tidy start from her.
Yeah, very good start. Just want to quickly raise a point here, just so the Blaze don't get ahead of themselves too much. 90 for 5 they were at the 22nd over against Durham a couple of days ago, and thanks to the tail, thanks to Kirsty Gordon, Lucy Heim getting some lower order runs, they were able to get up to 240 for 8. So it really is operation now for the Blaze to keep building the pressure, keep taking the wickets. The short fine leg is now getting moved into a mid-wicket, and the leg side fielders on the boundary shuffle round. We've now got a long leg, deep backward square sort of on the boundary, very backward, and then deep mid-wicket is almost a deep forward square leg. Draw the defensive from Chatterjee first up. So we know, as you've mentioned, the batting depth of both sides. Paddle sweep attempt and almost gone past the right side of Amy Jones. It's dribbling away towards the boundary. Still no boundary though for the Surrey batters. They come back for a second. I wonder if that just took an outside edge. No, it's a bye given. So completely missed by everyone. And poor Amy Jones, I'm sure, would have had her vision blocked a little bit there by Chatterjee's paddle sweep. Gone past first slip as well. Another attempt here, this time connected, and is it a chance? No, it's just dropped short of Ella Claridge, who was attempting to do that exact same thing in the last delivery. What are your thoughts? I thought a little shake of the head there.
Well, I'm going to be a grumpy old man for a second
Go
here.
for it.
And if she connects, it's 1, because deep backward square, long leg is in place. It's a high risk for not much reward.
Goes back this time with a punch, takes a single.
And when you're 67 for 5, as a coach in the tent there, Johan Myberg, I'm sure that those types of that type of play is a coach killer. It's a head scratcher.
Interesting.
Great that she's willing to be creative, but
it's a well-connected sweep by Chatley. Finds a deep fielder. Good work out there from, I think it's Lucy Hyam out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
yeah, I do think it's a lot of risk for not much reward. If that leg side was vacant there, I get it. But she's played it twice and nearly been caught twice.
And back with a more conventional punch again there, Chatterjee. I can see the thought. She's getting herself outside the line of off stump, making sure she can eliminate LBW, but it's the aerial approach that slightly concerned me. I was wondering maybe if the sweep was on for a quick single, if that's your shot, play it down to the ground and you can have success through there. But that ends the over. 70 for 5, 19 overs gone.
Yeah. And again, it's what Kirsty Gordon does. She frustrates batters and then they try and do something outside the box, and in the end it's created opportunity for the Blaze. If she executes the shot, Chatterjee, it creates an opportunity to score runs, and it makes the Blaze do something different. Chatterjee's back on strike, this time to the bowling of Josie Groves. Play and miss, little bit of turn from Groves there.
Doesn't look easy out there to bat though, does it?
It doesn't. Chatterjee just looks a little bit under the pump and is going hard at the ball. This time she let that come to her and just open the face, so she'll get a single. She looks like she's got some busy, nervous energy, Chatterjee, and
it's not necessarily that's what's needed right now, is it? You just need a calm head. I'm sure she will be calming down very shortly. She's just looking for runs though, isn't she?
full toss, pulled away. That'll take some stopping. 4 runs. That just releases the pressure valve slightly for Surrey. 75 for 5.
Yeah, much needed. Much needed there for Surrey.
And bad balls will come. You know, bowlers will bowl bad balls. You just got to wait for them.
That's almost a reminder, isn't it? As they've been searching and looking for those singles. Where can they find the next runs? And all of a sudden they've just been reminded that they will get the odd bad one.
What's Grove's reply going to be like? Dugout from Kira Chatley. Groves once again. Dugout again. Almost yorked herself coming down the track there to Kira Chatley, but we'll get the ball down to long on for a single. 6 off this for the ball to come. Chatterjee on strike. Tap of the bat. Turns it into the leg side. That's much better cricket. Single to end the over. 77 for 5. She's very experienced, Priyana Chatterjee. Played for Scotland over a period of time. Has toured the world. I think she played a little bit of cricket in Australia and New Zealand as well. So again, you just want to see good cricket, don't you? You want to see good cricketers play good cricket and see good contest. And it's been a bit of a frantic start from her, but looks like her skipper's had a word with her and she just settled down.
Look at that double wicket maiden there on Manhattan from Kirsty Gordon.
20 overs gone then, 77 for 5.
Yep.
Kirsty Gordon will continue.
That last over for Surrey was exactly how they'll probably want the next 25 overs, I reckon, to look like. Maybe 20. As Tammy Beaumont at deep cover gets brought inside the circle. More pressure building from Kirsty Gordon. Short and not quite connected from Chatterjee. No run. Kirsty Gordon Gordon. Oh, there you go. Oh, there's the paddle sweep again, and it's just dribbling out towards fine leg. A stamp of the foot from James Carr next to me.
Well, she played that brilliantly because she actually waited on that one, didn't force it, and it was a well-executed shot. Credit where credit's due.
Full and well driven from Chatley. Again, more good batting, letting it come to her. And just playing it out towards long on.
I think that's the game for now, isn't it? That's the playbook for Surrey. Bunt it up to long on, turn it into mid-wicket for one.
They cut down and it's gone past first slip. And short third is in pursuit. And it's been well retrieved by Charlie Phillips, so it's just a couple more runs added. Was that? I thought that was bottom edge down, or did that go over the slip?
I think it went down. Yeah, I think it was Kirsty Gordon's quicker one. It's rushed Chatterjee. 2 runs nevertheless.
Just turned off the hips there. Be another single. Very interesting that fine leg. Just a Chatterjee with the little paddle sweep she's got. Fine leg, which I believe is Emma Jones, coming in almost 20 yards in from the boundary, 5 back from the ring. This one is hit up towards long on. Again, more good batting from Kira Chatley, who just continues to rotate the strike, which is exactly what Surrey need from her. That ends the over, and it's 83 for 5.
Yeah, it poses the question, if you're going to keep going there, Miss Chatterjee, I'm going to put short fine leg in, because she's not sweeping it hard, is she? She's just tickling it along. Could short fine leg on that 45-degree angle be a catcher?
In the ring?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
And give a bit of, you know, they're 83 for 5, so say some, if you want a boundary, you've got to beat that short fine leg.
Yeah.
And play a little bit of a another bit of a carrot from the skipper, Gordon, perhaps.
She's bowling well, isn't she? So that long leg isn't necessarily needed.
Dug out again by Chatley. Groves just a little bit full. Keeps rubbing her hands in the dirt. Perhaps struggling to grip the balls. Full again, dug out by Chatley. Chatley and Chatterjee, easy to get them two the wrong way around, isn't it?
It's not easy for us up here. The Radcliffe Road stand.
Groves once again. Hit on the pads, looked leg side. Especially the way batter shaped to turn that into the leg side. Umpire unmoved. Driven hard up the ground. They're going to come through for a single. It bounced just in front of Kirsty Gordon, who parries that one. Save 3 there. That was just ever so slightly straighter, because she got all of it, would have been 4. Very proactive is Chatley, happy to come down the ground and remove the spin. Swept hard. Super shot. Long leg will do the fielding. Tammy Beaumont out there. These two just starting to settle down. Partnership worth 28 of 42 deliveries. Driven hard. Deep cover's going to have to come round there. It'll just be one. Emma Jones moving quick over the ground there. So, 22 overs gone. Surrey 86 for 5. The rebuild continues.
I'm thoroughly enjoying this knock from Kira Chatley as a cricketer of well, as a cricket fan that likes this kind of tempo. I do like a solid rebuild, and Chatley is, you know, playing good shots down the ground, hitting gaps well, not taking risks, and is exactly what Surrey need from her right now, the captain.
100%. Gordon is going to continue. Chatley keeps the strike, taking the single off the last over there. Still got a long leg in place and a deep mid wicket in front of the Acrisure stand. Stump high mid wicket on the one and then mid on the circle.
Reverse sweep, paddled round the corner. And there's going to be a little chase on as the fielder, Charlie Phillips, goes out towards the third region. It's a couple of runs to Surrey. There we go, a little bit more innovation from Kira Chatley, just giving the skipper another little thing to think about. Because once they know that shot's on offer, we might see a couple of changes. Maybe Charlie Phillips will come a little bit finer at backward point. Just whipped away that time, out towards square leg. Single taken. That's the perfect amount of innovation for me. Get you a couple of runs, get to the non-striker's end. No real risk in the shot.
Well, we have seen a change now. Chatterjee's come on strike, the slip's gone, and we've got a forward square leg in Ella Claridge. So deep, more of a deep cow corner and a deep long leg.
Just trying to get her to force it into a gap rather than take a simple single. Just defended into the covers.
That's brilliant cricket. Not taking the bait.
Yeah.
And just dropping it into cover point for a single. Really good cricket from Chatterjee.
I'd almost just like the cover fielders to be in a little bit tighter. This one's cut away. Oh no, straight to her. I think she's good there actually.
It just makes the gap look so huge, doesn't it? Because Charlie Phillips is so far behind backward point.
Paddle sweep this time from Chatley. It's the quicker ball there from Kirsty Gordon. She takes a single. More good batting here.
The pair of them have just calmed down. They've started to just wait on the sweep and just paddle it rather than be a bit frantic and hard at the ball.
Pull shot round the corner, finding the fielder at deep fine. I think Chatterjee would have been looking to score a boundary off that ball, but she'll take the single, I'm sure. 92 for 5. Very interesting little tussle going on here between the two sides. Sorry, it's damage limitation. How long can they stay out there for? How long can they continue to rotate the strike? And you've got the Blaze where they're trying a mixture of, well, they're bowling very well, but they're also attempting where can they prevent the boundary and where can they prevent an easy single, so that the batters are going to start trying to force it through a gap, trying to almost really try and manufacture the ball into certain areas. And the Blaze are they're setting good traps here, but Surrey batters, they're playing very well in response.
Indeed. We saw a bit of block bash cricket, didn't we, up top? It was either trying to go hard at the ball or trying to just defend. No middle game. Surrey's just starting to go through the gears quietly as this one's turned into the leg sides. Got that quite fine in the end. Tammy Beaumont doing the fielding, so another run to Chatterjee. She's just started to settle into an innings here. Kira Chatley on strike now. Down the ground driven, very straight. Kirsty Gordon, no run.
We're starting to see a little flow of fans going towards the food vans, I think. It's approaching midday.
Can't smell anything yet. Oh, leading edge. Just coming round that one a little bit, into out. We've got Charlie Phillips very straight there on the square. About 2.5 strips across. This one's floated up. Half volley, crowd catch there. Charlie Phillips doing the fielding. Chatterjee's just come down to have a chat with the skipper. paddled, hits on the pad. Oh, it's been given. She looks back at the stumps there, does Kira Chatley, thinking she's perhaps outside the line. We'll have a look on the replay. That was my initial instinct. We're not straight on here from the com box today because we're playing so far across, but Kira Chatley has to depart regardless. 28 from 58. Done a bit of rebuilding there. Oh, that's way outside off stump. She can feel very aggrieved there. Very aggrieved.
I really hope Chatterjee in that little chat just before that delivery wasn't, why don't you try the paddle sweep?
But yeah, but again, she's got outside the line, so as long as she doesn't get ball round the legs, she should be. It's almost a free shot, isn't it? You can understand the frustration as she walks off there. Surrey have been reduced to 93 for 6.
That felt like a risk worth taking, didn't it? Because as you mentioned, getting that pad well outside the line of off stump and trying to turn it round the corner, perhaps a little bit unlucky with the decision.
Yeah, but again, a couple of dots, wasn't there? A couple of good shots to fielders for no run. Brought about a different shot, and it brought a wicket. So, new batter is Cranston, left-handed bat. Ethan Miles on the pitch at the moment, just running a drink on to Priyanash Chatterjee. I think we've taken drinks early here, actually. Hence the slightly extended break in play. Chatterjee taking some fluid on board. What do we know about Cranston? Didn't play the last game, did she?
No, she didn't, unfortunately.
In fact, it's a debut. Ailish Cranston, I'm pretty sure there was a cap presentation before the game, and it's her debut in the 50 over comp.
Well, we'll get confirmation on that.
Yeah, she hasn't played. So congratulations to her. And what a situation to come in at. 93 for 6.
Well, the left-hander, it's going to be quite an interesting battle now. And what this right-hand, left-hand combination will give is, especially when spin, what we've got from Josie Groats coming from the Radcliffe Road end. If she drops it short with the left-handed Cranston on strike, all of a sudden that short boundary is very, very much in play. So Surrey batters will look to continue where they left off. They've got rotating to do, they've got some surviving to do, and at 93 for 6 they are in pretty huge trouble. But we've mentioned a few times today about the depth Surrey have got in the batting, and Cranston will be looking to bat through the rest of the overs and put on a show here for Surrey. So the fielders have had their drink, as have the batters, and I believe as have the umpires, rightfully so. And the field begins to spread back out. Looks like Tammy Beaumont fancies a bit of wicket keeping behind the stumps there. She's just marking her guard. It's quite funny, some wicket keepers do that, don't they? They like to mark a little middle stump, off stump guard from behind the stumps. And
yeah.
You step on it.
Groundies hate that. What you're marking the stump for when it's
it's
there.
Right in front of you.
I think Ailish Cranston has flummoxed me because she's been around for such a long time and played in that Surrey Stars Kia Super League era and then the South East Stars regional era. It's through me that she's actually on debut today for Surrey in this modern county era.
Yeah. 31 years old, plenty of experience.
So she does a bit of a jig, a bit of shadow batting and a bit of gardening, and now she's ready to face up to Josie Groves, who's going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Cranston.
just mentioning in the break, this battle's going to be important now. Left-hander, short leg side boundary. Josie Grace doesn't have room for error.
Cranston, late dab on this one. It's a long way out there towards the Stuart Broad end. So the chase is on for Charlie Phillips, who prevents them coming back for 3. So Cranston gets her clock ticking. 2 from 1 delivery. End of the 24th. Surrey 95 for 6. We start to hear a bit of an atmosphere from behind the stands, music playing. It's of course the Trent Bridge Food Festival today here at Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club. We've got James Carr and Charlie Harden live on the Blaze YouTube channel.
Have you got your sights on any of the food in the food vans from previous years?
Last year I had loaded chips. It was like a chicken tikka loaded chips. It was really nice.
Wow.
But there's a smokehouse grill. There's lots of Asian fusion food.
Interesting. Well, Charlie Phillips is going to come on from the Stuart Broad end. She bowled brilliantly in her opening spell this morning, 1 for 17 from her 5. Also coming off the back of a brilliant 5-wicket haul last time out against Durham, giving Blaze the win in their defence of 240. She comes in though to Chatterjee. It's a lofted drive up towards mid-on. It's a good sliding stop as Surrey get through to a quick single. And at 96 for 6, it's pretty grim reading, but for the first time, umpire Gabby Brown having to swap sides for the left-handed Cranston.
They should be in their own league, these left-handers. They shouldn't be allowed to play. They just disrupt the whole game.
Well, we've been blessed with some brilliant left-handers over the years, so I'd have to disagree with you.
They do look so much better on the eye, don't they?
Just turned into the leg side. You can get those videos on various social media platforms where they switch around.
Yeah.
Like I remember seeing Joe Root bat as a left-hander and think, oh my word, doesn't that just look 10 times better?
Well, even Cranston just turning that into the leg side, it just looks nice. Yeah, I've seen Brian Lara batting right-handed when they flipped it round. It just doesn't look right.
Short and just pulled away and just missed there by the batter, so it'll be a wide given. Good stop there by Amy Jones behind the stumps. Not quite the same with the bowlers when you swap them around. Left arm versus right arm doesn't look that impressive unless you've got a right armer swinging it around corners and seeing a left armer hoop it past the outside edge is quite a nice watch. Interesting approach from right arm round, little tiny appeal from behind the stumps. I think Amy Jones is trying to prevent the wide there. But we've got a couple of close fielders, one at extra cover, one at mid-wicket. Deep square leg is Tammy Beaumont. And then we've got a fine leg, I believe is Ella Claridge. And then the third and deep cover as well. Point between those two deep fielders. On the back foot there, Charlie Phillips, and maybe beating Cranston a little bit for pace, and then shadow back to pull shot.
Yeah, she looks like she's taken a middle and off, perhaps even an off stump guard, Cranston, which has just meant that Phillips has strayed a little bit too straight and down the leg side. She just needs to imagine another set of stumps outside Cranston's off stump.
Oh, it's full, and it's just been inside edge past the leg stump. My word, that's very, very close, but Claridge picks up with a bit of a juggle and throws in, so just a single added, bringing Chatterjee back on strike, 99 for 6.
Yeah, she just jammed that out, didn't she? She's clearly trying to get outside off stump and just perhaps slightly Fell over that one, had to dig it out. Jammed it down to fine leg.
Yeah, perhaps just maybe caught a little bit on the back foot there, Cranston, who was looking to get the next short ball away. It's pretty wide outside the off stump there, but it's a lead from Chatterjee. Will be a dot ball. So interesting that Charlie Phillips is opting to stay over for the right-handed Chatterjee. Very similar field. Two deep fielders on the leg side, suggesting the odd short ball. That one's slower and full though, and driven up to mid-off. No run, so that ends another very good Charlie Phillips over. And just one run short of the 100 mark, Surrey. They're 99 for 6 at the halfway mark.
Yeah, interesting first 25 overs there. Bowler dominant, 6 wickets. Yes, it's cool. Yes, it's gloomy. We've got the lights on. But the pitch looks pretty good to me. Blaze have held their lines nicely, and I think Surrey just haven't really been that patient. Perhaps unlucky on the dismissal of the skipper Kira Chatley. I think she just got outside the line of off stump for that LBW decision. But it's out in the book, as they say, so Surrey need to just keep trying to eke out those runs. Around the wicket comes Josie Groves, and Ailish Cranston pushes that one forward for no run. Again, batting outside off stump and sweeps hard. Goes behind square, just the single. As Lucy Hyam does the fielding out there. 100 up. 151 balls. What field changes are we going to see now? Right-hander back on strike in Priyanaz Chatterjee. We're going to have a deep, long leg. A regulation square leg. Oh, no, she's running around a bit. Regulation square leg. Deep mid-wicket. Regulation mid-wicket. Mid on the leg side. Full toss. Worked into the leg side. No run.
I don't think anyone would have predicted, with the cloud looming this low, that if Surrey were 100 for 6, that 5 of the wickets would have gone to spin. 3 to Kirsty Gordon.
Swept hard from outside off stump. She gets hold of that. It goes quite away in front of square, so I understand the ploy there, because there is no fielder if she can beat that straight mid-wicket. Groves in once again, driven. So that deep cover point fielder. So another single. Yeah, but I agree with you, but I also think we can fall into the trap of kind of comparing it a little bit to the men's game, and there's a lot of good spinners in the women's game, and pace off seems to be the way to go. We've seen some high scoring games, haven't we, recently? Cranston just negotiating that one to end the 26th over. Sorry, 101 for 6. And I think what Blaze have done is of course they would love Grace Ballinger to be playing. Of course they'd want the seam of all the Prendergast and their overseas sign to be playing. But I think they've looked at who's available and gone, what's our best team? Let's play to our strengths. And if spin is that, then they're kind of happy to have gone with it. And I think if it nips around, it tends to hold in the pitch and tweak a bit from a spin point of view. So I think Blaze are just trying to play to their strengths rather than overthink the old cricket adages, perhaps.
Yeah, and it's been great to see the variation that the spinners have been able to get off the pitch, as well as Charlie Phillips continues with a bit of seam up, drawing the defensive from Chatterjee. Yeah, you mentioned that there has been a couple to turn and grip, but also especially with the slightly moist conditions. It's those target balls which are the ones that just really skid on through, and when you've got the gaps square of the wicket, we saw Spence trying to turn the one that skidded into the leg side with a closed bat face, and when the spinners can get it to really slide on like that, it's a really challenging ball to keep out. Very, very short there, that time from Charlie Phillips. That looked incredibly short. What was your decision there?
Well, I
James?
thought it was wide, and Phillips has followed Chatterjee there because she had a little shuffle down the crease, so she decided to try and stick one up her nostrils. But I thought it was a little bit higher than that, but it's one for the over, as signalled by umpire Paul Pollard.
Again down the track, nice drive there from Chatterjee out towards Beaumont at deep cover.
That was a lovely shot. Just she went at the bowler, but then let the ball come to her and just open the face. She's really got in tune with this wicket now, Chatterjee. I was critical of some of her shot selections early doors because I just didn't think it was right for the scenario, but she's really kind of got in tune with this wicket now and the pace of the game.
Learned a little from her captain there, I think. Turned around the corner this time from Cranston. They're looking for two. I think it should just be one. And yeah, they make that decision. And more good fielding from the Blaze, who continue to put the pedal down. But yeah, Chatterjee's really grown into this innings. Playing very, very well. More low-risk shots. She's worked out where her scoring areas are. And her scoring shots, arguably more importantly. Short, and another little skiddy delivery goes through to Keeper Jones.
Chatterjee just kind of signalling to her partner there, perhaps kept a little bit low.
Therefore making that pull shot a little bit more dangerous, doesn't it? Slightly slower one there, again delivered nicely by Phillips to end the over. 103 for 6, and again another Surrey pair looking just to dig in and seeing how many overs they can bat out together. Still 23 overs to go. And you got to say, it'd be good to hear your thoughts on this, James, but where are Surrey aiming for now?
Well,
225 higher?
23 to bowl. Yeah, they got 5 and over, they get another 115, which doesn't get you far away from 220. Can they go at 5 and over? I don't see why not. I think anything 180 above, it gives them something to play with. For sure. My crystal ball is saying lower order runs are going to be key, and the Blaze have got depth. We've seen Kirsty Gordon scoring runs at 8, Ella Claridge at 7. Josie Groves is no mug with the bat. I'm sure she's going to bat probably 9 for Blaze. So I do think this could be a low scoring affair. And we've seen so far how a couple of dots, 3-4 dots, and good fielding has brought about some of those wickets. So the Blaze will want to get these 4 remaining wickets for as little runs as possible, as Cranston sweeps this one very fine, and short fine leg cuts that off and prevents the single. Full toss this time. This one will be a single. Doesn't fully connect with that, Cranston, but gladly take the run. How many boundaries do you think have been scored, Charlie? Off the bat.
Off the bat, okay, that's a different question then. 5.
Close. 6. Beats the edge this time. Tidy glove work from Amy Jones.
Should have been counting, shouldn't I? You missed a trick.
Groves once again floats this one up, driven along the carpet and fielded off her own ball in there. I think it's going to be a huge stat at the end of the game if Surrey can minimise boundaries in the second inning, especially in that power play. Reverse paddle, very much premeditated, making backward point, scamp around. Lucy Hyam, she's everywhere, Lucy Hyam.
Yeah, took a good catch from the bat of Bryony Smith, didn't she? But I think Chatterjee, what she has learnt, you mentioned it a couple of times, just waiting on those shots. It's fine to premeditate, but letting the ball ride off the bat rather than try and force it into the gap behind square.
Oh, got the frying pan out this time and flipped it over her shoulder. Another single. Good calculated cricket from these Surrey pair at the moment. It just frustrates the bowlers, doesn't it, when you're setting your angles at backward point and you've got to move them 5 yards even finer, or fine leg, you've got them quite square, and then you've moved them 10 yards round. Surrey just trying to frustrate plays at the moment.
Yeah, it's interesting because I'd argue Chatley and Chatterjee actually did that pretty well in their partnership, but what the Blaze did well is they just held on the pressure, didn't they? And they continued to build up those dots, which meant that even though Chatley and Chatterjee were trying to force new gaps, actually they stayed on it and then took the breakthrough of Chatley. Change of bowling then. First time we're going to see Georgia Elwes today. She's coming on from the Stuart Broad end to replace Charlie Phillips, who just bowled a few overs there in a short spell, saving her again probably for the back end of the innings if she will be needed.
Yeah, I think that was just a ploy. Could Phillips have just blasted one out? Whereas I think George Elwes is just going to build pressure through dots with the keeper stood up.
Push into the offside by Cranston. I've been very impressed with how Cranston's come about scoring a run so far today. And one thing that's been very clear is her intent to run the first one hard. If there's any even thought of a two, Cranston's been very, very intent between the wickets. As the deep fielder goes out on the cover boundary. Third is deep, fine leg is deep, both 5 off the rope. Deep square leg as well. Full and driven out to mid-on for no run.
I think that last shot there, from a Chatterjee point of view, is a real good example of where she's at currently in this innings. She's hit mid-on there with real balance versus that fidgety, stiff start she had.
Worked away that time. Nice shot from Chatterjee. She takes a single. A nod of approval.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's old school cricket today. You know, early season conditions, got to absorb the pressure. An experienced campaigner in G. Elwes is just going to chisel away wicket to wicket, wait for you to make a mistake.
Just scooting a little bit low there. And Surrey, of course, coming off the back of a couple of losses, have dropped down from first to third, and it feels like a big point in their season here. Going 5-6 down very early doors against the league leaders. And it could be a season-defining innings here if Surrey can get up to a competitive total and put the pressure on the Blades. Short and just whipped away with pull shot. Cranston running it hard. They're going to look for 2 as the fielder turns, and Ella Claridge prevents the second run.
The ball's just held up, hasn't it, on the square a little bit. Very lush. You know, perfectly manicured, cut-in strips along the actual playing block, but the ball's just held up on that lush grass at times when it's just tempted batters to look, think about 2 and then decide against it.
Nice drive from Claridge. It's kind of those ones, one of those ones with the new ball, a strong pull shot, skips away, and then a slightly older ball, if it's slightly mistimed, just gets caught up in the square. It does look very nice out there. All the strips either side of this mega strip we've got, the double wicket. There's Amy Jones does a few stretches. But that's the end of the over, 109 for 6. Almost an IPL-style timeout going on here for the two batters. A message has run out.
It's an Amy Jones lumbar and hip stretch mobility timeout, I think.
Oh yeah, okay. Is that what it's called? Is that the sponsor?
That's what it looked like to me. Who'd be a keeper, eh? 300 squats a day.
I know.
Lucy Himes back on from the Radcliffe Road end. Sorry, 109 for 6.
This feels an important spell for me from Lucy Himes.
Yeah, I mean, Lucy's gone at just shy of 5 and over, but there's been majority of the runs have been in 1s and 2s. There's not been many boundaries on offer, full stop. She bowled that one low full toss, didn't she, that got pulled away for 4 through square leg. But I always feel with Lucy that she makes things happen. She might leak the odd run, the odd boundary, but through making batters play, she can create mistakes in the batters and yield the wickets. And she's an off spinner and there's a left-hander on strike, so I'm sure she'll be licking her lips at coming around the wicket and trying to challenge that outside edge. Ella Claridge has gone back in at first slip. We've got a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, and a deep cover on the boundary. She dragged that one down, pulled away to that short boundary. Emma Jones doing the fielding out there.
Little change up for the right-hander. Long leg is now turning into a deep square. Short fine leg in the ring. Deep mid-wicket as well.
Well weighted on by Chatterjee, just rocks back, lets the ball come to him, pushes it into the offside for another single.
I mentioned I quite liked the long on earlier, but I've also now really become fond of, there's not a lot of runs going over the top, they're preventing singles as well down the ground.
Down the leg side, I'm not sure there was any bat on it, it's going to run away. Ella Claridge doing the chasing, and she's going to drag that back. So they've got 2 from that. It's 2 byes. So umpire not deeming that to be down the leg side enough to be wides. But that was some incredible sprinting actually from Ella Claridge. She got a bit of pace up there. Saved 2. She's now back stationed at that first slip. Hyam round the wicket. Bit of turn and purchase there, and to the point that it's a wide signalled by umpire Brown. And once again floats this one up, and Cranston has to just bunt this one to straight mid-wicket for no run.
Must say, we could see a wagon wheel shortly if that's possible, because I'd love to see where Surrey have found their runs.
Rock back, cut away. Other biscuits are available, not just wagon wheels, everybody. If you apologies for the dad jokes.
Yeah, I just winced.
Hyam round the wicket, drags it down again, cut away, well in front of square. Catherine Bryce will cut it off though, so it's just a single. So playing the percentages are the Blaze. One, 1-5 for 6 after 30. Where can Surrey get to here with 20 overs left, Charlie?
Well, I think 100 runs from here. 215. I think they'd be pretty happy with that. But at the same time, if these two are still set, let's say with 8 overs to go to 5 overs to go, they can start really piling up the run rate. So it really depends with these two. A wicket now changes everything, because we've got two pretty set batters, both with plenty of experience. And if these two can just survive out there for the next 10 overs, continue to rotate the strike, it makes the final 10 look very, very different.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think the way Captain Gordon is setting the fields with square boundary riders and offering that carrot of having mid-off and mid-on inside the circle where it's quite hard to hit high up the ground is meaning that Surrey it's just stemming that run flow. At some point, if Surrey are to get close to 200 and beyond, they're going to have to take some risks and try and find a boundary.
That one just nips back in there. A very, very long follow through from George Elwes to go and pick up the ball. Yeah, I think also what's interesting is where have the Blaze bowled and set their fields to prevent scoring areas? Where on the ground have they done very well to prevent run scoring? There's been very little scored down the ground. This is pulled away, just helped on its way by Cranston, fielded out at fine leg by Charlie Phillips. But yeah, you're right, and actually the risk will need to come relatively shortly. Remember, still 20 overs left. We're still not talking for probably another 10. But when the boundaries are going to be needed, where will they come from? This just picks up off a length, and actually you can wait as long as you want to wait for a bad ball, but the problem is we're not seeing too many of those from the Blaze at the minute. They're on top, they've taken a few wickets, and they're not giving anything to the Surrey batters.
And the Surrey batters will be thinking, I can't create anything, I can't take a risk right now.
Yeah. And that's what happens when there's a little bit of lateral movement, and because the gaps are square of the wicket, the Surrey batters are trying to have to force balls into that cover region or out towards square leg. It's making the bat face smaller, and in the skiddy, slightly nippy conditions we've still got here at Trent Bridge, it's just beating the bat. It's driven down the ground, another nice shot, but tricky to time those ones. So that ends the over 116 for 6.
Yeah, she's incredibly deceptive, is Georgia Elwes. She's medium pace bowler, but she hits the pitch hard, doesn't she? She hits the bat hard, bowls a real heavy ball. See there, trying to drive her on the up, but very difficult to time. Lucy Hyam will continue. Run rate of 3.74. You consider that 24 of those runs have come from boundaries. Getting close to 200 and beyond is a long way from here. Hyam round the wicket to left-hander, down the leg side again. It's gone fine. I think it's evaded everything, but we'll wait for the umpire's signal. Ella Claridge is chasing it down again. She'll lose the race this time as Josie Groves does the fielding, but they will come back for 3. What's the signal from the umpire?
Runs.
It runs off the bat.
More good running there from Cranston and Chatterjee, which are going to be so important. Looks like Chatterjee's took on off-stump guard here to the off-spin of Lucy Hyam.
Swept hard, well connected. It's going to pick out Catherine Bryce. Deep mid-wicket. I thought for a second she'd split the two fielders there, and that would have been a very welcome boundary. But it was a well-executed shot, nevertheless.
They've just got to be patient, don't they, the Surrey batters? That was a good shot, possibly deserved 4. They've just got to cling hold of this innings here.
Cranston rocks back this time, takes the single, just dabs it in front of point, and Charlie Phillips has to come round to get it. So this right-hand, left-hand partnership is unsettling the rhythm of the ball a little bit. It's helping the run flow gather a bit of momentum. As this one's carved away behind point. That was very well played. Another single. Just letting the ball come and playing it ever so late, did Chatterjee. 6 from this over with 2 to come. Sorry, trying to get that run rate above and beyond 4. Swept hard, it's gone in the air, it's going to bounce once before it meets the fielder. So another single. Slight top edge there, she kind of swept underneath the ball.
Yeah, the Surrey batters just find it a little bit easier to rotate Lucy Hyam, but we do know that a magic ball could be coming.
Pulled away. Another single. It's a complete Hyam 7th, 8 from it. Surrey a 1-2-4 for 6. This rebuild is on. Partnership of 31.
Yeah, 31, not at express pace, but actually that really doesn't matter at this point. 2 batters just hammering away, staying patient. Knowing that if they don't get a boundary for the next 8 overs, but they're still there, it's not the worst situation. But Georgia Elwes, the bats have been finding it very, very tricky to find runs from her, but Amy Jones standing up, especially to Chatterjee, has been advancing recently. A whip off the stumps line out towards Lucy Hyam at deep square brings a single. Georgia Elwes has been a very, very good addition to the spell here now. Good line and length. Brings about a dot. Possible single in there, do you think? Or a bit too risky? We're really clutching at straws here. I think they've just got to stay safe, don't they, at this point?
Yeah, they've got to go early if they're going, but I didn't seem keen on that one.
Down leg, turned around the corner by Cranston. Will just be a single despite running the first one hard. Good fielding from Charlie Phillips.
Be interested to see who's going to bowl these death overs, because without Grace Ballinger today, who obviously offers pace and swing in the power play up top, but she also then can come round the wicket, bowl those death overs.
Whipped away again from Chatterjee, this time in the gap. Lucy Hyam's making her way round. It's a little bit of a misfield and it's gone away for 4. That feels very, very important now for the Blaze. They've done so well to prevent any sign of a boundary, and that'll be a big release there for the Surrey batters. They've just earned themselves a couple extra runs. It was a tricky little piece of work from Lucy Hyam. She was running around the boundary at full pelt, but she'd expect to stop that one. 4 more to Surrey, who moved to 130 for 6. Whipped away slightly more airy this time in front of square. Lucy Hyam's got another bit of work to do. Good stop this time. And they get back for 2 here. Surrey, good running from Chatterjee. A few more applause from around the ground.
Run rate's just ticked over 4 for the first time in the game.
Yeah, good over this one. An 8 coming from the previous one too. Full and slap down the ground. Will be a dot ball to end. That is another over going for 8. So 16 off the last 2 and 132 for 6.
Yeah, sorry, just got to take those little wins, but every over's a battle. Got to reset, play each ball on its merit. Sorry, I'm not out of the mud yet. Long way to go. 17 overs is still a long time. Probably just over an hour batting still to go here. Hyam's going to continue.
You mentioned briefly about who's going to bowl at the death. Still got 7 overs from Catherine Bryce. Is that a role she normally takes part in?
hard from Cranston. He'll take the single. Yeah, which I think she's going to have to. I think there's enough overs left from Gordon 3, Hyam 3, Bryce 7, as you say, Phillips another 3 overs. Back foot punched. The single. It's a bit too easy this for Surrey at the moment. I would consider perhaps changing it up from this end. Change might bring a wicket, unsettle the batters again. It's more the point of, we often see seamers bowl at the death. Conventional lap there from Cranston. Only going to get 1 in the end. Didn't quite get as much of that as she'd have liked. I thought Ella Claridge was going to catch that at one point. She kind of shaped from first slip to try and catch it over the keeper's shoulder. But of course, when you put the quick bowlers on at the death, you've got a bit more pace to work with, and that can leak your runs if plans aren't executed. This one slapped up to long on. It's going to fall short of Catherine Bryce. So it's another single to Chatterjee. She moves on to 34. Very mature innings. A lot of experience, as I said, from Chatterjee, playing in Cricket Scotland programmes over the years. Cut away, edged. Just held in the air for a second, didn't it? And Ella Claridge was interested, but it just fell short of her. 4 from this over. Can Hyam get out of this over without conceding a boundary? She's through 1 ball shy of 8 overs, 1 for 39. Swept hard, that looks adjacent, and it's given. Cranston sweeps across the line. Gabby Brown raises the finger. So a partnership of 43 comes to an end. As I say, we're just to the right of the pitch we're playing on. So we're kind of stood at long off for the left-handed Cranston. But that looked adjacent from where we were. We'll have a look at a replay and see from front on, batting on middle stump. Sweeps, oh, and it straightens as well, hits that back leg, would have crashed into off stump. So Hyam just holding a nerve there, gone for a few runs in the last couple of overs, held a nerve, gave it a tweak, and she's got the breakthrough. Valuable partnership, 43 between Chatterjee and Cranston. Surrey reduced to 136 for 7 from 34 overs as the overseas signing Maitland Brown comes to the wicket.
That felt like a huge wicket for Lucy Hyam, didn't it? As you mentioned, Surrey just slightly starting to get on top of her, find ways to score runs consistently. Not many dot balls coming from the last 2 overs, and Lucy Hyam doing what she does best, goes for a couple of runs and then takes the big breakthrough. And that partnership, just fallen, was worth 43 runs and had the potential just to take things slightly away from the Blaze and get Surrey up to a competitive total. Now they've got a new batter at the crease, and it looks like Kirsty Gordon is going to bring herself back onto the bowling from her favoured Stuart Broad end. She's just got 3 overs to go. Her first 7, 3 for 23. She's bowled magnificently, dismissing the likes of Davidson, Richards, Jemima Spence, and also before that getting rid of Bryony Smith, caught by Lucy Hyam. Oh, a push from Chatterjee. Shows that Kirsty Gordon is starting just as she left off, getting a little bit of grip, and we know the target ball will be the one that just slides on through with the arm. Short and pulled away, well timed, but deep backward square leg is on the boundary and fields well. I'm a huge fan. I really like right arm off spin to the left-hander when you've got the one that grips past the outside edge and the target ball that slides, and we're getting that with left arm off spin from Kirsty Gordon to the right-handed pair here. Now Maitland-Brown going to face their first delivery. It's a nightmare. You can only imagine when the ball is gripping and then slides on into the pads. Horrible. Short and almost played on. Bottom edge past the leg stump from Maitland-Brown. Eventful first delivery.
I bet Maitland-Brown is freezing. Hailing from Australia, of course.
Around the wicket and just blocked back up towards mid-off.
He's got the long sleever on. I wonder if he's got that sweater as well. Is it just a long sleeve shirt? Can't tell with it being a dark black strip.
Short and punched nicely off the back foot to cover for no run.
Although sweaters in cricket now, the modern sweaters, they're pointless. They're not particularly warm, are they? They're just like another layer. They're a slightly thicker shirt, really.
Down the track comes Brown. They get a quick single in the infield. Could be chance of a 2 here, maybe, with a little fumble. I'm not sure if that took a little bonk on the head there from the fielder in mid-wicket.
Don't be fooled as well with Maitland-Brown walking out number 9. She averages 14 in List A cricket and 13 in T20 cricket. So, and has played, you know, almost 200 games of domestic cricket. If she can get 13 or 14 right now, just get Priyanash Chatterjee, the in-batter, on strike, they'll be very, very valuable runs. Top score of 43 in List A cricket. If you get half of that, they'll be very valuable.
Yeah, she was pretty good so far for her first few balls, especially that second one. Nice little punch to cover. But change of bowling. Catherine Bryce, and the score at the end of the 35th is 138 for 7.
Bryce is in and on the money straight away. Brown plays that with a vertical bat. Extra cover, does the fielding. Mid-off and mid-on in the circle. So still continuing to tease these Surrey batters, hitting a hard length and saying you can't drive us up the ground. You have to create something. It's a carbon copy of the ball before. And this is what you get from Kirsty Gordon captain. Just 3 outside the circle at the moment. The message to Catherine Bryce will be just try and dot us up for the first 3-4 balls, and then we'll send that extra fielder as an insurance policy to get us out the over. This one's slightly fuller, which enables Brown to drive it, but again, very difficult. Now we see long gone go out, so 4 fielders outside for the back half of this over. Once again, Catherine Bryce on the money, fielding off her own bowling.
I've been so impressed with the field sets.
She's such a, this group have been together for a long period of time. They've added the odd player year on year, Emma Jones this year. Such an experienced group. As this one is pushed up to long gone for a single, and they're happy to just give that single at that stage of the over. That boundary count is very low, only 7 boundaries in this innings so far of almost 36 overs, as Chatterjee just pulls away as a compatriot set off to bowl. Big Scottish contingent today, 4 Scottish players playing across the 2 sides as Bryce floats this one up. Gentle shape into the right-handed Priyanash Chatterjee, who is happy to negotiate a dot to finish that over. So 1 from those 6 balls as Catherine Bryce returns for her second spell. Just what the skipper ordered, I think, that over.
Yeah, indeed. And I've just got a very quick question for you, which is, she's got 6 left, and she could, in theory, bowl out, and that would be 7 on the bounce from the Ratcliffe Road end. Do you think that's possible?
It'd leave them short by 1 now, because she's got 6 left now, hasn't she? So it'd leave them 1 short.
Oh, yes.
But do you roll the dice and do it? Kirsty Gordon's back on. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Could have done with getting one more over out of Lucy Hyam after getting the wicket, but Kirsty Gordon does Kirsty Gordon things. And
down the track comes Maitland-Brown. Oh, it's almost a diving catch. What an effort that is from Ella Claridge at mid-on. For a minute it was stuck in her hand, wasn't it? What a brilliant effort.
yeah, great. Initially, I didn't think she was getting anywhere near it. I thought she was just waving it over her head because Brown, I thought, got more of it than she actually did. But she was able to hang in the air and get her right hand out. It would have been a specky of a catch.
Reverse paddle sweep, thought about single. Chatterjee wants to keep the strike. Yeah, and as a result of that last shot, long on has gone out to the boundary. Deep cover to either side of deep square leg on the boundary as well. Goes back and pulls it out towards the deep mid-wicket fielder. Just gets a single here, Chatterjee.
I think to answer your question, give the answer a bit more colour. Why not? If Catherine Bryce can produce overs like that, why not bowl, you know, another 6 on the bounce and find an over from somewhere?
Down the track comes Brown and turning it into leg. And they'll just pick up a single, I think. Chatterjee seems quite keen to keep hold of the striker's end, so just the 1 run.
You may not need to bowl all 50 overs then.
Indeed.
Because he keeps bowling non-boundary overs and dotting up and going at 3 or 4 and over. It will yield some wickets, I'm sure.
Sweep, very firm, beats the fielder. That's a brilliant shot from Chatterjee. She moves into the 40s. It's been a really, really good innings. Great show of temperament. She's found a scoring area as well, and she's deserved that. Brilliant shot away through square leg. Runs away for 4 with sweet timing. And it brings Surrey just 4 short of the 150 mark. It's now 146 for 7. Brown will have strike.
Yeah, she split those 2 boundary riders perfectly, didn't she? It was almost like a half volley or like a drop kick, the timing on that sweep. Beautifully executed.
But Catherine Bryce didn't take her long to continue exactly where she left off.
She's like a metronome, isn't she? Down the track comes Brown. They're going to take a single to mid-on. And that's what they've got to do. They've got to do a lot of that. They've got to annoy Catherine Bryce. They've got to frustrate these fielders. And almost steal runs and make the Blaze do something different. Now they've sent Josie Groves out to long on for Chatterjee, the set batter, who premeditates a little reverse ramp there. It evades everything, and Amy Jones will take that one.
Just to say, we've seen absolutely none of that, have we? That previous shot up towards mid-on and take a quick single.
Slog swept aerially. It's going to fall short of Tammy Beaumont at deep mid-wicket. They've removed the regulation mid-wicket for Chatterjee and put like a short 3rd in place. Sarah Bryce is doing that run in between mid-wicket and short 3rd. She's back at mid-wicket now for Maitland-Brown, who drives hard up the ground, and they're going to scamper through for another single as Catherine Bryce can't hold on to that one off her own bowling. So 3 singles off the over so far, 1 ball to play. Bryce will be happy to get out this over with just a single. Surrey will be happy for a boundary. In the end, it's neither. It's a dot, so Catherine Bryce pulls another over for 3. She's gone 1 and 3 since she returned. Just put in the squeeze on this Surrey batting. Run rate below 4 again. 149 for 7, 12 overs remain. Where can we get to?
Well, Still thinking that 215 mark, maybe even 225 feels a little bit more of a mental milestone, doesn't it? Kirsty Gordon will continue. Catherine Bryce, very impressive from the Radcliffe Road end. Short and helped on its way. It's going to be tricky for the deep backward square leg fielder. And Emma Jones does very well out in the deep.
They've covered some ground well, haven't they, the Blaze? That was a good 10, 12 yards behind square, and Emma Jones gets round and wins the yardage quickly.
Short again, similar shot this time. Emma Jones doing some more good work out at deep backward square. Now that's going to frustrate the Surrey batters. They've had a couple of chances there to whip a short ball away to the boundary, and both times it's been thwarted by some very good fielding out in the deep by Jones. This time cut away out in front of square. They'll just get a single off the bat of Maitland Brown. First couple of relatively short balls from Kirsty Gordon I've seen all day, to be honest. So she continues to build pressure. Full ball driven to cover for no run. But you mentioned about the run rate now below 4. It's because she's kept that squeeze on, isn't it? It's so impressive how it's so easy just to put fielders out in the middle overs of 50 over games. Sweep shot struck on the pad. This looks very, very close. Umpire very unmoved. I tell you, from third, from the third boundary, that looked very, very close.
Must have been leg side. Must have been leg side, because she's stood in front of all three, isn't she? She's toes are on off stump. Her bat is outside off stump.
Short again, helped on its way. This is a nice shot, just helped through the gap. A diving stop from Emma Jones. What a brilliant stop. She has been magnificent down there this over in particular. And that is a genuine world-class fielding stop.
Make a mental note. Last ball of the 39th. If this game goes the distance and we think it's a low-scoring thriller that I am now predicting with my crystal ball, remember that. Remember that piece of fielding. They're the small margins that win you games of cricket. Body on the line, outstanding from Emma Jones. Kirsty Gordon's through her 10 then. 1 maiden, 37 runs conceded, 3 wickets, a strike rate of 20.
Brilliant spell.
Catherine Bryce, fellow Scot, to continue. She starts with the dots. Bryce once again turned to leg side, just straight onto the pads. Charlie Phillip doing the fielding at deep backward square leg. They'll come back for 2.
I'd like to have seen a little bit more of that from the Surrey batters. I feel like there's been a few opportunities where, with fielders just on the edge of the ring, can you find a single in there? As you say, can you frustrate the opposition captain by finding runs where there shouldn't be any?
Brown drives this one beautifully up to long on. I think a bit of it is just this wall of orange athleticism from the Blaze that does deter you coming back for second runs, and turning dots, half runs into singles. Short one from Bryce. It doesn't really come off the pitch particularly quick, and Chatterjee has to check that pull shot. She'll get a single for efforts. I think Charlie Phillips will bowl from Stuart Broad end next. Now Kirsty Gordon's bowled out. Bryce is in again over the wicket. This one's slapped hard and straight. She doesn't get all of it, and it'll just be a single as Josie Groves comes round, retrieves the ball. One to come in the 40th. Kirsty Gordon was waving out to Charlie Phillip. It was either to move her, change her angle at deep backward square leg, or she's bowling next. This one's hoisted up to long on. Josie Groves is under it. Regulation catch. Chatterjee trying to create something, trying to access that boundary. And unfortunate for her, she has to depart for 45.
Yeah, very, very good innings from Chatterjee. A little bit of a shame she couldn't convert it to 50 or even stay out there right to the end. But she's been the shining light in this Surrey innings today. A real mature knock, finding singles and turning some into twos and getting the odd boundary here, there. But I think she can be pretty proud of herself there for how she's gone about her innings.
Yeah, she's coming in very, very difficult.
Yeah, absolutely.
Situation, and it's got Surrey somewhere near a respectable score. Still 10 overs to go though. Did she need to go hard with long gone stationed in the deep? Could they have took it deep into the 45th, 46 over and beyond? They still may. Danielle Gregory has joined Maitland Brown at the crease.
So you are absolutely right. Charlie Phillips will be coming back on now. I was under more the impression that we might not have seen the end of Georgia Elwes from the Stuart Broad end. So maybe we'll see Charlie Phillips finish out her 3, which, depending on whether the game is done or not in the next 6 overs, we might then see a little bit of Georgia Elwes on from the Stuart Broad end. But Charlie Phillips looking to add to a 1 wicket earlier in the day of Paige Schofield.
I think the feeling here is can Phillips go for the block hole, try and get these tail enders out, and also have that weapon of a short ball. Put that in the back of the mind of these Surrey batters. Maitland Brown, the Australian, is on strike. Phillips on away, turned into the leg side. Brown happy to give the strike to Gregory.
Gregory notching up 20 with the bat against Hampshire, so certainly no fool with it. I've just whipped up a wagon wheel here and I don't want any chocolate jokes. No boundary between cover and square leg all game.
Phillips with the new bat. Dug out. He's gone way behind backward point. Gregory gets off the mark. That's incredible, isn't it?
Just 3 runs on to the long off section. 3. And I'd actually push that round towards extra cover. 3 runs from straight round to cover.
Brown back on strike. Phillips with the ball in hand. That one keeps a little bit low. No run. It's just been attritional, hasn't it? It's, you know, bowler friendly conditions, pace off, makes it hard to get the ball away. Blaze have remained patient. Been lapses of concentration at times from Surrey, and that's why they find themselves 161 for 8. Phillips once again fallen straight this time. Batters will scamper through for a single. I think it's a leg by. Paul Pollard agrees.
Good decision.
I just think back to the couple of partnerships where the batters ran well. You know, partnership with 36, Chatterjee and Chatley, and then the partnership of 40 odd, was it? The next wicket, as Phillips is in, Danielle Gregory more than equal to that, showing that she can play. You think about the batters at the top of the order that did go quite hard and pushed out the ball, that if they could have just absorbed some pressure in those first 10-15 overs, what could have been, because Bryony Smith, Alice Monaghan, Paige Schofield, Alice Davidson, Richards are very esteemed batters in the domestic game and international game, international experience. Danny Gregory just with another solid forward defensive, keeping out Charlie Phillip. Yeah, just feels to me like Surrey went a little bit hard. Left a lot of overs of batting out there that had to be done by the middle and lower order of this Surrey batting lineup.
So Bryce is going to continue. Very interesting, just the 4 overs left, 9 to go. So you've got to say she's bowling well enough to continue her spell. But who's going to bowl the 1? Maybe we might not even get there. This is just driven straight back to it.
Yeah, I don't think they'll worry about the 1 for now, whilst Catherine Bryce is on the money. Hyam's got 2 left, Groves has got 4 left.
Clubbed away.
Yeah, whacked hard. Just be a single though. Georgia Ellis has got 3 left. They've got loads of overs. They've used 6 bowlers. So they've got that insurance policy for the extra bowler. Bryce on the money. Gregory just has to play straight and keep it out.
Just Operation See It Out now. Any over they can get through, any extra run.
Oh, this one's been sliced to backward point and it's carried. Gregory goes for 1. Surrey reduced to 163 for 9 now.
Yeah, Surrey in huge trouble. Just as we were saying, it's time for survival. It's time to see out the 50 overs. Can you possibly get up to 200? Gregory falls to that top edge going out towards backward point. But the new batter, the 18-year-old, it will be Tilly Courtine-Coleman, who, by the judging of who's taken the most wickets in the first half, you've got to say Courtine-Coleman is going to have a huge role to play this afternoon.
Yeah, you would think so. She's not going to have a lot of runs to play with as it stands. I think you were right, Charlie. You called it at the beginning of the game. You know, what's a par score? I think given the conditions, given the coolness and the slightly sticky pitch, and I say slightly, I mean ever so slightly. It's been a lot of pace off. I think 225 is probably the par score on this pitch, and then if you bowl really well, you can defend it. But Surrey are going to have to bowl out of their skin to defend anything around this 170 mark. TCC in behind that one. No run as Catherine Bryce just racks up another dot. These two may face each other again in the T20 World Cup. Courtine-Coleman, of course, called up for England. She hacks at this one and finds the gap, so she's off the mark. Surrey on to 164 for 9 after 42 overs. Catherine Bryce 2 for 23 from 7 overs. Going a smidge over 3 and over. Olivia Baker retrieving the helmet from Amy Jones there on the pitch as 12th player.
Yeah, Catherine Bryce doing very well just to clear out the remaining wickets. Last two going her way. Chatterjee for 45, Gregory for 1. So Charlie Phillips will continue from the Stuart Broad end. Courtine Coleman on strike. Brown's played pretty well for her 14. You did say she can get a 14. Just beating the outside edge there from Phillips. Good delivery. You sense the end is nigh.
You do. I have a bit of empathy with Surrey. I think Kira Chatley got going. I think she was on the wrong end of an LBW decision when they were just kind of steadying the ship. I think the other key moment is Chatterjee probably went hard.
Left down the leg side and thumps into the pad, no run.
I think she went hard as if there was 3 or 4 overs left when there were still 10 overs left, but she again absorbed a heck of a lot of pressure and was in a scenario in the 15th over, batting 5. Batting probably 25 overs before she was expecting to do so. So you can't be too critical of that.
Mid-wicket and covering close. Dabbed out towards backward a point, no run.
The big thing for Blaze is 2 wickets in the power play, 2 big wickets. And Monaghan and Schofield have been very consistent performers in the domestic game over a period of time. And that cluster of wickets, 53 for 3, 57 for 4, 57 for 5.
Struck on the back leg, little appeal. Not given, dribbles out towards square leg. I wonder if there might have been a couple of noises there. It sounded like bat definitely hit the ground, whether bat also hit the ball as well. Possible. It looked relatively straight, back leg.
I think Phillips just having a chat with umpire Pollard there, and he was just suggesting with that angle from round the wicket. It's going down the leg side.
Ball's very full. Well defended there from Courtine Coleman. This is the strategy from Phillips. Attack the stumps. Hope Courtine Coleman will miss because Phillips will definitely hit 5 dots in a row.
Is this the ball? What's going to happen? Maiden, wicket maiden.
Well, we've already seen a double wicket maiden, haven't we, from Kirsty Gordon.
6 over the new pavilion, perhaps.
This is the ball. Middle stump hit. Charlie Phillips gets through. Courtine Coleman's got to go for 1. Perfectly called by James Carr. And it finishes Surrey 164 all out. You mentioned a couple of wickets in the power play of Schofield and Monaghan falling early, and then it was just wicket after wicket. They went from 53 for 2 to 57 for 5 there, Surrey. Davidson, Richards and Spence falling in very quick succession. Kirsty Gordon bowling very, very well through the middle. She took 3 for 37, 2 for 39 from Lucy Hyam, and Catherine Bryce also with a couple of late wickets as well, with 2 for 23. Phillips finishes with 2 as well, and after a short break where we go and get some lunch from the food vans, I'm hoping everyone else in the ground will as well, the Blaze will be coming out to chase 165 to win.
Yeah, just the 2 batting highlights really, weren't it? The 2 partnerships between skipper Chatley and Chatterjee, that yielded 36 runs, and then a bit of rearguard action from Ailish Cranston on debut with Priyanash Chatterjee, that partnership of 43. So 164, 165 to win. What I will say is I don't think it's going to be a straightforward chase. If Surrey can bowl well, they can create some pressure. They're going to need some wickets up top in the power play for sure. So if you are local, you are around the Nottinghamshire area and you're fancying getting out for a little while, it is the food festival here at Trent Bridge and there's a Blaze run chase on. So we're off for a break, like you say, and We'll see you on the other side in about 30 minutes' time. well under the 200, scoring 165. Maitland Brown's going to open from the Stuart Broad end. You've got James Carr and Charlie Harden on comms. Live from Trent Bridge. The food festival bustling away in the background. Come down if you're local. Charlie will take us away in this first over.
The smell's rolling in. Here's Maitland Brown. Pushing defensive from Amy Jones. Yeah, very interesting, you say. It's not going to be straightforward for the Blaze. However, it's going to be completely dependent, in my view, on the start. These first 10 overs, 2 fielders out. If Blaze can get a few away, they're in the absolute box seat. If, on the other hand, Surrey can take a couple of breakthroughs, it's really going to sway the game one way or the other. Slightly wider outside the off stump. Dot ball.
I completely agree. Surrey lost 2 wickets in the power play. They were 38 for 2 at the end of the power play. And wickets continued to tumble between overs 12 and 33.
Big part of that was Kirsty Gordon. 3 very quick wickets. We've got a very jumpy Jemima Spice in a gully now. Cut shot straight past a diving backward point. That's a really good shot from Amy Jones to get things underway. Feels like we haven't seen many boundaries today, but Amy Jones showing that there's still some on offer as the Blaze get off the mark and they're 4 for none.
Yeah, just what you need as an opening batter. Miss your length, bit of width, bit of a free shot through the offside. Easy pickings for a batter of Amy Jones's quality. These two were expected to open the bat for England in the bilateral ODI series against New Zealand in a week or so's time.
Just back of a length and pushed into the offside. Very solid from Amy Jones.
What Surrey can't do here is search. They've got to be patient. They've got to string dots together, minimise boundaries, and just create that pressure. Just exactly what the Blaze did. If they can get a few early inroads, they can really kind of put the foot on the throat. But what they can't do is go chasing. The game certainly can't be won in this power play, but it can certainly be lost.
Down the leg side and wide, given by the umpire. Paul Pollard spreads the arms. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Surrey have got to stay patient because, let's be honest, the Blaze were incredibly patient out there. No point did you feel like they went searching, and they did very well to prevent boundaries, prevent twos. Very good ground fielding in the ring. Surrey have got to do the same.
There all day from a bowling point of view. Just hit the top of off, hit the maker's name, bowl that hard length. Who's going to bowl at the other end though? Not many runs to play with.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, isn't it?
I'll give you 3 letters. TCC, left arm spin.
All struck on the pad, nip back in. Not given, maybe a little bit high, a little bit down leg, but that ends the over. A little bit of a asking question there to end the over, but 5 for none. And very interesting you asked for TCC. And with the new ball, she definitely could get the ball to skid on through.
It looks like it is TCC. I think they've got to roll the dice, haven't they? They've got to say to Tammy and Amy, well, knock us out the circle. Only 2 fielders out. With very little margin for error for Tilly Courtine-Coleman, but equally she's highly skilled and has had a lot of experience through that winter on England development programmes, played in the internal bilateral competition they played in South Africa, and as a result is now, you know, an England World Cup squad member. So this will be an interesting battle, even more so because Tammy Bowman's been left out of that T20 World Cup side.
Yeah, Tammy a little bit low on runs at the minute. She'll want to make that impact score to tell the selectors.
Slip in play. Straight away, left arm round the wicket, on the money. Beaumont lunges forward, covers it comfortably. But they're the questions that Courtine Coleman is going to ask. She shuffles in again. Beaumont happy to just absorb that one. The other thing, overs quick as well. Dots string together, overs happen quick when there's spin on at one end. And there's a little bit of purchase on that one, just straightening ever so slightly.
This is going to be such a crucial little spell from this end from Courtine Coleman. She's going to be a little bit tempting at times for the batters. It's a patience game for the Blaze.
She's in again. Beaumont equal to that one, playing with a vertical bat. Shuffles down, hits on the pad. Question is given. Beaumont throws the head back. The umpire raises the finger. And the Blaze, sorry, the Surrey have got a real cheap one there. Shuffle down the track from Beaumont. Trying to smother the ball there. It did skid on, didn't it? Was it adjacent? We'll have a look at the replay. Beaumont certainly thinks it wasn't. That may have just evened up a dismissal from the first innings, but doesn't make it right. Let's have a look at this. Coleman round the wicket, shuffles down. You know, I haven't got any complaints with that decision.
I think I'm probably leaning a little bit towards the line of the batter. So Tammy Beaumont's come down the wicket slightly. Struck on the knee roll, I'd say. And I was worrying for a minute that she was given out caught, because I'm pretty sure I saw a clear gap between bat and ball. Was caught given?
No, it was certainly LBW. Tammy's not the tallest of people, and that little shuffle down the wicket, she probably thinks she gets the benefit of the doubt. The umpire has deemed it the other way, so we find ourselves where we are. Blaze 5 for 1, last over in the second, and Courtine Coleman will start proceedings with a wicket maiden. Blaze 5 for 1 after 2.
So I've just seen on the scoreboard it's been given as caught at slip.
That could be just a mistake by the scoreboard operator, with the greatest respect. What does it say on the scoring apps? It says caught as well there. Well,
I think that's probably why Tammy Beaumont looked quite so dejected walking off, because LBW looked like a relatively plausible call. I don't think we possibly saw an edge. You never know. We don't really have the ability to hear what the umpires can hear out there. But Maitland Brown will continue. Drive, a little bit uppishly, but straight to cover, well fielded. But, you know, I mentioned about the angle that I like from right arm off spin to the left-hander when the ball can skid on and take the stumps or grip. We're now seeing that with the left arm off spinner round the wicket to the right-hander. Really, really good angle, and Tilly Courtine Coleman showing what the ball skidding on can do. We saw it from Kirsty Gordon. Now it's time for TCC, but Maitland Brown, don't look past her, she's a wicket taker as well. Oh, struck on the pad. This one scooted a bit low. Is that given? No. Umpire rejects the question.
it's just decked into Amy Jones. I think it was missing leg. That's my gut feel. But Brown's getting the ball to talk off the surface, isn't she?
Yeah, she's doing very well. Is Maitland Brown. 11 wickets at 25.
Yeah, leg side, the replay clearly showing there.
Just again nipping slightly back in. Maitland Brown looks very interested here. Amy Jones has got a big role to play, as does the top order for the Blaze. And you've got to say, I think, take the score out of the equation. take 164 completely out of the equation. It can look a little bit tempting at times, can't it? But I think 25 overs, wherever you are at that point, just keep wickets in hand. It's going to make their lives so much easier. Short, pulled away. Amy Jones capitalising on a short ball and a brilliant one-handed stop by the photographer down there. My word, that was some good work. But it's 4 nonetheless. So that's 9 for 1.
Yeah, and that's the key thing again. Can't go chasing there against batters of this class. Got to stick to your line and length. One bowler here could go none for 30 off 10 and someone at the other end gets the wickets. It's absolutely fine from a Surrey point of view. Can't chase.
Driving is Amy Jones. They get a single in the ring just past a short extra cover.
Sorry, go on.
Well, I just wonder, is it too early to go spin from both ends? Not necessarily in the next couple of overs, but before the end of the power play. I know we've just come off the back of a wicket made from TCC. It's very easy to say that, isn't it? But Maiden Brown, it just looks like pace on the ball looks a little bit more comfortable for the batters.
Oh,
As Catherine
castled!
Bryce is bowled, it's not comfortable for the batters. Off stump has gone cartwheeling, and this game is completely wide open. The Blaze have lost 2 wickets in the first few overs. Catherine Bryce gets a 4-ball duck, and Surrey are in the game. It's 10 for 2. Amy Jones can't believe it, but Catherine Bryce has got to walk off. What a moment in this run chase.
I think we'll stick with seam, is what Surrey are going to say, Charlie. It's just decked back a little bit. It wasn't short enough to pull, and it whacks the top of off stump and uproots the stump, and it goes cartwheeling.
So that ends the over, 10 for 2, and Georgia Elwys has to come to the crease.
I went out at the intervals, and all the fans that were allowed to go on the pitch at the interval. Lots of little mini cricket games going on. Obviously got the food festival going on, music around the outside, real fan engagement, fantastic initiative. And I went to have a look at the surface, had a chat with one of the ground staff, and you know, they were more than happy with the surface. They mentioned that pace off has been the way to go in those middle overs, and Blaze bowled really well and got something out of the surface. But I really did feel that with the crowd on, 2 England batters coming out to open, that it would be, you know, real chance to kind of show the crowd that perhaps don't see too much cricket, get access to cricket, what it's all about. But it's certainly gone in the favour of the bowlers so far. Tilly Courtine-Coleman to continue, left arm round the wicket to Amy Jones, who's 9 not out. She cuts that one away, and there's no run.
Yeah, just a little bit back of a length there from Tilly Courtine-Coleman, but she would take the dot, and every single dot that builds up from this end will be big pressure on the Blaze batters.
TCC once again. Jones rocks back and take the single to the cover point fielder. Danny Gregory out there. Now your question about the other spinner in the power play. Where do you go to though? Because someone like Danny Gregory may not want to bowl leg spin with a new shiny ball. So I think spin in the power play is about control, and what you get with the finger spin of TCC is that. And also it still grips, but then that leather, shiny leather, it can skid on, as you mentioned earlier.
I just think it's incredible to remind yourself from Tilly Courtine-Coleman with the posture and how she carries herself that she's 18 years old.
Yeah, it's remarkable, isn't it? Product of the Stars and the Surrey Academy programme. Been in the system for a while. She's in now. Down the track comes Amy Jones, lofted drive. It's going to bounce once and then into the sight screen for 4. Smart cricket from Jones, full face of the bat.
Well, it's very interesting because we talked about that shot in the first innings and we didn't see it a single time, did we? No Surrey batter was able to score runs over the infield down the ground, and Amy Jones does it early on.
Jones happy to negotiate that one. End of the fourth, Blaze 16 for 2. Georgia Elwes come out at number 4 then. She's been up and down the order a little bit when the England internationals are back, but she's got a wealth of experience, serial run accumulator over the period of this professional era. Chances for England were limited at times. She was a centrally contracted player for quite a while, but found herself not in the playing 11 quite a lot. But has come back to domestic cricket and scored runs at a serious rate, took wickets, and useful wickets, middle over bowling. Maitland Brown in now, cut away from Elwes. There's a finger or hand on that, so may not go to the boundary. Danielle Gregory doing the mopping up there.
Yeah, a little bit short there from Maitland Brown, but not being critical, because there was also a few deliveries like that early on from the Blaze as well. So Maitland Brown looking to just stay as consistent as possible. One slip in, Bryony Smith sat at first slip. Just played away down towards fine leg by Elwes. She'll take a single out to Tilly Courtine-Coleman, who runs in and throws. But at 19 for 2 now, the Blaze. You've got to say, this was almost a nightmare start for them. They'd have had a strong opening partnership in their sights. Maybe one down at the end of the first 10 overs, but they're 2 down and they're halfway through the 5th. And the job is looking a lot trickier now for the Blaze. Bowled again! Maitland Brown with another wicket. That's her second of the innings. And this time it's the massive wicket of Amy Jones. The ball went straight through the gate. Another ball that nips back. And Maitland Brown gets another wicket. The Blaze now sit 19 for 3.
I mentioned in the first innings about being patient and not playing like what you see on the TV, these highlights packages, but these 4.3 overs have been like a highlights package, haven't it? It's either been boundaries or wickets and stumps tumbling everywhere. What a start from the Surrey women here. 19 for 3. And we're only 4.3 overs into this Blaze innings, 4.3 overs into the power play. We mentioned that Blaze got 2 valuable wickets in the power play. And Surrey have got 3 in half the time that the Blaze did. Serious pressure now on this Blaze batting lineup as Sarah Bryce comes to the crease, scratching her mark. She's just seen 3 high-class batters before her depart.
Just short there from Maitland Brown. Tickle down to the leg side. Now it's worth just noting that Sarah Bryce, despite being of great class, is low on runs so far this season. And it's very tricky now to come in at this point in a very crucial game. Top of the table clash, first v third. Sarah Bryce, 15 runs so far in 3 games she's played this year. Short, pulled away, top edge. It's going to land safe, and it's 6. It's gone over the boundary. And that is a nice blow there for the Blaze. They'll take that. And it's 25 for 3 now.
Yeah.
Is that the first 6 of the day, James?
It is indeed. You can't bowl short to Sarah Bryce. She's very quick on the cuts and the pulls. She's very good square of the wicket.
Brown then in again. Oh, it's full and brings about an inside edge onto the pad, and Surrey Field has come crawling in after it. But that ends the over. It's 25 for 3, another wicket taken over.
When Brown gets it right, she's quite frightening, isn't she? She just gets that ball to deck in late. We've seen her rearrange the furniture of 2 of the Blaze batters. And that one then almost squeezed through the defences of Sarah Bryce. 25 for 3 from 5. Run rate's good. Wickets column not so good. Plenty in the ground here at Trent Bridge. Great atmosphere. Reminder, it's the Trent Bridge Food Festival today. A fusion of flavours and smell out there. Went for a walk at the intervals. Tilly Coleman starts another over. She's played square off the back foot there by Georgia Elwys. If there was ever a batter for this scenario, it's Georgia Elwys. She'll just absorb pressure, she'll drop the ball to cover point, she'll punish bad balls, but she will remain patient. Sarah Bryce back on strike. Punts it to extra cover for no run. Coleman 1 for 7 from her 2.2. Looking to build dots, build pressure. Left arm round the wicket, just misses the length there. Should be cut away, but she's got that fielder at cover point to save the boundary. Danny Gregory doing the fielding. She will be a bowler at some point in this game, I'm sure. Pace off seems to be the way to go. Tidies a line up here, and Elwys just stands tall, keeps that one out. Got the left arm seam of Ailish Cranston as well. Medium pace of Priyanaz Chatterjee. Cut away again. Chatterjee does the fielding at backward point. She just missed the length on a few occasions here, Coleman. She did get driven over the top by Amy Jones. She shouldn't be afraid of getting the ball up there. She's in now. Played from the crease. The calm, vertical bat of Georgia Elwys. That's the end of the 6. Blaze 27 for 3.
Yeah, it's going to be that third stump, middle stump line from Courtine Coleman. As you say, just lob it up there, get the batters playing on the front foot. That's when those balls that skid on can be extra dangerous. Maybe a little bit more flight. I think Courtine Coleman's going to have this end under wraps. She'll be doing it with experience for an 18-year-old, which is quite incredible. But Courtine Coleman's going to keep hammering it away at a full length. She's bowling well. Also bowling well is Maitland Brown, who I called to be replaced the ball before she got her wicket. But it's funny, you were absolutely right in your statement earlier that she almost is deceptively dangerous, and it's the odd target ball that nips back in and is a real wicket-taking delivery. She bowls down the leg side this time and wide given.
There's just something about these low to middle scoring type chases, isn't there, that causes a little bit of panic. I mean, the required rate is 3.13. Absorb a bit of pressure, build a partnership, get to 20, get to 30, get to 40. The game changes, but you add a couple of wickets on and the game changes the other way.
Back of a length and punch into the offside. So what do you think would have been the discussions in the break from the Surrey group with 164 to defend? What do you reckon would have been said?
It would very much have been about take wickets in the power play, but then that needs unpackaging as to, well, how are you going to do it? You're going to keep the stumps in play, you're going to bowl one side of the wicket, be happy to bowl dots, wickets will come. I think that very much would have been the narrative from Johan Myberg and his staff.
There's a play and a miss there through to wicketkeeper Kira Chatley.
And ultimately, the 3 wickets have come from hitting the stumps. 2 were bowled, and 1 was adjudged to have be bowling the player through an LBW, albeit it's been given court. I'm adamant it's an LBW. Because Tammy Beaumont wasn't in the same postcode to be hitting it.
Sure, again from Maitland Brown, just jumped up on top of it, did Sarah Bryce.
And then if, you know, wickets have come, but if wickets don't come and you've kept it tight, and then you get out the power play, sometimes batters relax and fielders go out, and we often see that the opening bowlers bowl very well, but for no reward, and then change bowlers come on and they profit from that because of the pressure that's built. So the key is always about building pressure, build dots, minimise boundaries.
Good line and length there from Maitland Brown, causing a defence. And yeah, you mentioned about targeting the stumps. You know, Schofield bowled one that nipped back. Kira Chatley, LBW to Groves. Davidson Richards bowled. Jemima Spence bowled. LBW Cranston with Lucy Hyam, and Courtine Coleman going as well, bowled by Charlie Phillips. So plenty of reward to keep the ball on the stumps. Turn into a leg side as Maitland Brown does go stump searching, but that ends the over, and it's 28 for 3.
And of course, you know, the most attractive shots in the game, on drive, straight drives, cover drives, they look attractive and they're very profitable. But you've also got to lure the batters into feeling like they can play straight, and you hit that hard length and they push hard at it, which was the example of a lot of those Surrey dismissals. And it's that balance between batters being comfortable thinking they can drive and actually the ball not being there to drive that has brought the wickets. Blaze have gone hard with a couple of balls that have... Coleman could still be another yard further, you would think, but it amazes me is everyone's alert at the moment from a Surrey point of view. Chatterjee in the game again there at backward point. Coleman on the money. Courtine Coleman on the money. Couple of wickets and the spirits are lifted, and all of a sudden they feel like they've got a 12th fielder on. Left arm round the wicket. That one turned, but it was quite wide to begin with. It'd be cut away for a single. I think one thing that can hamper some of these women's domestic teams at times is when the England players come in and out, it can really boost the side, but it can also imbalance the side. Forward defensive from Sarah Bryce there. And I think you talk about Sarah Bryce not being in form. At times she's batted today at 5, at times she's batted at 8. It can really unsettle the balance of a side. Cut away by Bryce, Prana's Chatterjee doing the fielding. They'll come through for a single. Yeah, the riches of the Blaze and Surrey having lots of England players, and but the makeup of the side can change. Player can go from batting in the top order to batting out of position or being out the side, or some of the England players are all rounders. You end up with an extra bowling option. It's interesting. We see it in men's red ball cricket, don't we? County championship sides, the makeup of the side can change so much when they're in and out of the side, and I think it can hamper players such as Sarah Bryce, who's got a specialist position as a wicket keeper and as a top order bat. She's on strike now.
And driving up towards mid-off. Nice shot there from Sarah Bryce. Yeah, no, you make a really good point, and I think this Surrey side have done incredibly well to make up for those 3 players missing. Alice Capsey, Danny White-Hodge, Sophia Dunkley. As Maitland Brown turns to the top of her mark. Oh, struck on the pad, Sarah Bryce, little appeal, a bit high. And also, just on the point of English players, that Amy Jones wicket was not only pivotal because of the calibre of the player, but she was the only player, I've said it a couple of times, she was the only player that found runs down the ground.
Yeah.
And if Amy Jones stays out there for 10 overs in the power play, it would be an absolute nightmare to contain the runs against her. And now with her being removed, all of a sudden, that's a brilliant drive backward of square, but an even better stop, which means it's just a single. These batters are going to be, you feel, a little bit easier to contain, just a little bit. But just that one shot from Amy Jones made me start to think that if she can play out the whole innings, the Blaze will be very on top.
Well, your question about what would Surrey's game plan have been, flip that, what would Blaze's game plan have been in the power play? I'll come back to that after this ball.
Just played out to backward point.
Blaze's would have been minimise wickets in the power play, solid start. You can't win the game in the power play, but you can go a long way to losing it. Play straight, hit down the ground, profit from the power play where you can, but get us off to a solid start. So, you know, the game's a long way off being completed, but Surrey is certainly winning this power play.
Short and cut down into the ground. It's then hopped over the fielder at backward point, but third fielder, sorry, makes her way round.
But I think what you'll see now from the Blaze is these two batters would have expected to bat perhaps between the 20th and the 50th over. So what you'll see is they won't treat this power play like a power play anymore. They'll treat it like middle overs, and they'll absorb a bit of pressure. They'll knock it around. Runs that you might get through cover, because deep cover's gone out, you won't get, but they're happy to just negotiate.
Brilliant diving stop again from backward point. Terrific work.
They'll be happy to negotiate the bowling and just pick off the singles and almost bring those middle overs forward. And because of the experience of a Georgia Elvis who's just happy to knock the ball around, you'll see them, without going too much into their shell, just absorb a bit of pressure and almost act like it's middle overs rather than the power play. But what you'll get from Sarah Bryce that's ever so slightly different is if you give her width, if you miss your length ever so slightly, because she's good on the short ball, like we've seen with that 6, she still will punish you.
So, change of bowling, I think, here, James. Chatterjee's going to come on for Courtney and Coleman. I wonder if they're just saving her, or maybe a little switch of ends at some point. Who knows?
Yeah, well, the TCC experiment very much worked. I'm surprised they've took her off so soon, personally. Maybe a change could bring them another wicket. Chatterjee, I think it's unfair to say, she's a solid medium pacer. Keeper stood up to the stumps, try and bowl wicket to wicket. She's in now and full outside off stumpers. Sarah Bryce just pushes forward. Scott to Scott. Chatterjee hails from Dundee. Bryce from Edinburgh. Products of the Scottish system. Chatterjee, 11 on her back, in, right arm over the wicket. Bit of width there, missed time from Bryce, she won't get a run for that one.
Yeah, very interesting bowling change this one. No fine leg as well. Asking Chatterjee to bowl very accurately. But I think it's just going to be that feeling of we'll keep changing the bowlers, keep trying unsettling the batters.
Chatterjee's in again, strays onto the pads, we turn into the leg side, just a single. Paige Schofield doing the fielding out there. Deep backward square leg. I was here in late March, so just over a month ago, for one of the warm-up games for the men's red ball cricket, and the pavilion it's moving on, the development of it at a serious pace at the moment. As Chatterjee is in, square driven by Georgia Elwes, will be mopped up on the deep cover boundary by Danny Gregory. I saw like a CGI impression of the pavilion on social media this week. It's going to look fantastic, it really is.
Well, I'd hope so.
Well, it should do, because it's been under construction for quite a while. But
yeah, I've heard there's going to be 4 change rooms: home and away men's, home and away women's.
I believe so, yeah. Although the way they've got it down here at the moment is pretty cool, using the corporate hospitality boxes, but that can't happen forever. Chatterjee's in, and Sarah Bryce plays that one with a straight blade for no run. Jemima Spence doing the fielding. No slip now, packed offside. We've got a short third, backward point, 2 extra covers, about 8 yards apart on the drive, 1 on the circle, 1 on the square. Mid off, just 3 on the leg side. Full and straight, worked into the leg side by Sarah Bryce, straight mid wicket doing the fielding. There's no run. Chatterjee threw her first over, just the 2 from it, 4 dot balls as well. Blaze 35 for 3 from 10. That's the end of the power play. How does that measure? Well, there is the worm. So they were a smidge above that at 42 for 2 after the first 10. So the game's in the balance.
It is. And looks like we're going to have a change of bowling.
We are indeed.
From the Stuart Broad end.
Well, we forgot about Alice Monaghan, didn't we? But they're going to go for another seamer. We saw a bit of movement, didn't we, from this end? A bit of seam movement from Maitland Brown. Can Alice Monaghan produce something similar?
You mentioned, didn't you, the first change bowlers, how important that the pressure stays on. How can they combine these spells together, bowl as a team? Just down the leg side and a puff of dirt as the ball bounces on the way through to the keeper, Kira Chatley. So wide given by the umpire, 36 for 3. But Alice Monaghan will be looking to follow up the likes of Maitland Brown, who has had great success from the Stuart Broad end so far in this afternoon innings. Short and cut away down towards the third fielder. A little bit of a fumble and she goes running for it, but retrieves, so just a single. So the 2 wickets from Maitland Brown, picking up Amy Jones and Catherine Bryce. Courtine Coleman with the 1 other that's fallen, of Tammy Beaumont, who fell for 0. Catherine Bryce also a 2-ball duck. It was a manic start to this innings. Straight and well dug out there by Sarah Bryce. She plays it into square leg for a quick single.
There's a couple of times Sarah Bryce has just almost stabbed, hasn't she, at that Midland leg, slightly falling over, but does get the bat down in time. They may have just trying to target her pads there.
Yeah, Sarah Bryce is someone at the minute you just feel needs time at the crease. She can have some time in the middle, she'll be fine. Oh, it's a late cut and she's just missed it. It's gone underneath the bat, I think, as the pitch just begins to slightly provide us with some varying bounce. We saw it slightly towards the end of the last innings, and we're seeing it a little bit more now. Catherine Bryce's ball that arguably not short enough to pull, but at the same time didn't quite get up how she expected. So, of course, we had this pitch used for the Blaze versus Warwickshire a few days ago. Straight and driven actually out towards square leg by Georgia Elwes. And it's funny, we had a similar moment, didn't we, in the Surrey batting innings, where they were 3 down, they were going okay. I think they were about 50 for 3 at one point, 50 for 2 maybe, Surrey. And we thought, actually, the Blaze have still got a lot of work to do. They've still got to keep their foot on the pedal, and you feel the same here now for Surrey. Yes, they've taken 3 early wickets. They've just got to keep taking them. Fulham pushed into the covers by Sarah Bryce.
Yeah, I completely agree. But it's about not chasing it. Monaghan's gone 1, 1, dot, 1, dot. You know, another dot, another 1, absolutely fine. They're sending cover out to the boundary now to protect the over. As long as they see the scoreboard from a Blaze point of view going up slowly, they'll be happy they're building pressure. And they've got to remain patient that wickets will come.
Short cut just over a diving point. That's going to run away for 4. Another boundary now to the Blaze. And that was a cracking shot, but came with a little bit of risk. It's a diving backward point fielder and a good shot in the end there. And it takes the Blaze up to 43 for 3 at the end of the 11th over.
That's the delivery you don't want to finish an over. Just releases the pressure valve. And albeit that the Blaze have lost 3 wickets, psychology of that score going up. 43 becomes 53, and then 53 becomes 63. And Blaze just tick these runs off at intense. The run rate comes down.
So 122 is still required for the Blaze. Not really what they're thinking about at the minute. Still 3 wickets down.
Chatterjee in, misses a length there, he's driven on the up. Elwes will pick off another single. What bowling options have we got for Surrey? No Callia Moore today, she's played in 4 of the games. Got 7 wickets. Capsey obviously missing. ADR, we haven't talked about her and what she could offer with the ball. As Chatterjee misses a length again, cut away this time. It'll only be the single as Danny Gregory does the fielding. So Chatterjee just missing her length a little bit. One feels that Danny Gregory will be another key bowler for the Surrey women. As Chatterjee's in, she's full this time. Georgia always plays with a full face of the bat. Chatterjee fields off her own bowling. I can't help but feel like I went out into the middle at the interval, as I mentioned, and I watched Rhiannon McDonald-Gay bowling with the coaches, and she's still coming back from a long injury. Great to see her bowling again, but her experience, what effect that could have had on this game. Creative from Elwes, trying to sweep, ramp, lap, however you want to describe it. Kira Chatley wearing one there. Byes signalled. And then the other player I saw in the warm-up was the left arm spin of Bethan Miles, who's yet to be capped. Another former England under-19s player. To be getting a bit of purchase out of that practice wicket as Chatley's in once again. Point in the game once again. No run this time. Cranston doing the fielding. So a lot of the spin's going to be done by Courtine Coleman and Gregory.
It is funny at the start of the game we were talking about how we thought the Blaze had too many spinners. And now after 1 innings we now realise how important the spin is. But that's the line there from Chatterjee. That'll be the line for every bowler who bowls today. How many of their deliveries can they bowl on a good length on off stump, 4th stump line? It's going to be just as important for the spinners as the pacers. As we see a squad member of the Blaze sprinting out with a message, I'm sure, to discuss with the 2 not-out batters. Oh no, it was just a jumper collection. So 46 for 3 at the end of the 12th, and just a little reminder where Surrey were at this point. They were going pretty well. They were 50 for 2. How things have changed.
Lights taking effect again here at Trent Bridge.
Monaghan continues straight and tickled on its way down towards fine leg by Georgia Elwis, who continues to rotate. She had a pretty good score of 30 against Essex earlier in the season. So she'll be looking to rotate and pick up the odd boundary. Any width will be capitalised on by these two, you've got to say. Straight and pushed out towards point for no run. Yeah, it's interesting what you said about Sarah Bryce just jamming her back down a few times, and especially when it's pitched up nice and full. Not necessarily getting into the most solid of positions, but she's making it work so far.
I felt when she had that purple patch through 2024, I think it was, she'd really worked on her straight back game.
Short, pulled away, over mid-wicket, brilliant shot from Sarah Bryce. Balanced at the crease, and a short ball from Alice Monaghan gets obliterated away to the boundary. Great shot from Bryce, and another little pressure release as the Blaze move past 50, 51 for 3, and you've got to say that's a shot and also a ball we didn't see a lot of in the last innings, did we?
No, it's again the pressure valve being released. Sarah Bryce is very good, square of the wicket, horizontal back shots.
Full and driven for no run.
I actually played club cricket against Sarah Bryce when I lived in Scotland, and you know, I saw it from the middle. You miss your length ever so slightly, cuts and pulls so quick on it. Product of George Watson's college up in Edinburgh.
Short again, a little bit of width and punched out towards deep cover, as the field is now slightly more spread than it was in the first 10 overs. As you can imagine, we've got a essential umbrella behind the stumps of deep fielders, fine and third, and the two fielders square of the wicket. Just backward point also behind square on the offside, in the ring. And we've also got a little umbrella at the other side of the wicket, slightly smaller umbrella, mid on, mid off.
Don't say umbrellas when it's cloudy above.
It's all straight and played into the leg side by Georgia Elwis. So a solid end to the over. It's 52 for 3, and you've got to say the Blades are in the driving seat. However, I did mention where Surrey were at the start of this over. Do you want to know where they were now? Or not really?
Yeah, go on.
They were 53 for 3.
Were they really?
They were at the end of the 13th. Surrey were 53 for 3. Little did they know they were going to lose 2 wickets in the next over, or the next 2 overs, sorry.
Well, Danielle Gregory might want to take those 2 wickets because she's going to be the new bowler. French plats, as we've come to know from Danny Gregory. She'll bound in now, try and give it a rip from the Radcliffe Road end. Slightly drags this down, she'll get away with it, just be a single. She'll just want to settle into this spell.
Do you reckon she'll look to get it above the eye line, or be a little bit more darty, a little bit flatter? What do you reckon?
She generally, because she's a bit front on, she is a bit more darty, I think. Key is just finding that length, bit of natural variation. There we go. Well played though. This is the challenge with someone like Georgia Elwis. Doesn't let batters settle.
That looked like we both sort of motioned when that was out of the hand. We both knew that was the area. It's a good trajectory, a little bit of flight, but also a good pace and good line length.
Take a single here, quick one on the square. That's the thing that Surrey can't afford. Those fields have got to be tight there. Cannot be a single there. We've got a deep backward, well, long leg really, so Bryony Smith can be much tighter at a square leg. Lap again from Elvis, meets this one on the full. Happy to take singles. Score keeps ticking.
You mentioned about the ground fielding. It's something the Blaze was so good at, wasn't it? I mean, we probably saw one hiccup on the boundary by Lucy Hyam, but some of those fielding stops down at fine leg from Emma Jones and inside the ring, hardly any singles.
Rocks back this time. Sarah Bryce doesn't quite time it. There's some other cricket happening today, isn't there?
Well, Nottinghamshire have got their result. And with Trent Bridge. It's pushed out to deep cover for a single. They won by 10 wickets. Defeated Leicestershire.
Yeah, what's going on at the moment? Division 1, Hampshire.
They're struggling, I think.
Yeah, they're 9 down. They trail by 75, so potentially an innings wing for Glamorgan at the Rose Bowl. Nottinghamshire up by 10 wickets, yeah, as you mentioned, down the road at Grace Road. Somerset chasing 260 against Yorkshire at Taunton. Surrey trail by 33 with 3 wickets remaining against Surrey. Could be a result there then. Surrey might need a little run chase to get a few more if Sussex can eke a few more out. And this Monaghan to continue from the Stuart Broad end.
Yeah, she'll just be looking to hone back in on the stumps here. Monaghan, she's in now. Yeah, better delivery, just back of a length, but caused a push out into the covers from Sarah Bryce.
Kent are in a descendancy against Derbyshire. They need one more wicket. Derbyshire need another 242 runs. I'd say the writing's on the wall there.
You never know.
And Durham are in pursuit of 7 more Middlesex wickets. Looks like that one could be a draw there. Some Middlesex trail by 39. Pakistan women are in the middle of a game against Zimbabwe women.
Full and just edged on its way down towards fine leg. That's going to be 4. It sounded a little bit paddy, but no, 4 runs. So it's come off the bat, and Sarah Bryce will move up there into 29, 61 for 3 now, the Blaze. This is a crucial partnership, this one.
It is indeed. Don't feel like we've got the control from Monaghan that was required. She's either strayed down the leg side or short and wide on the offside. Her bowling has yielded 18 runs for the Blaze so far in 2.2 overs.
Bowled! Alice Monaghan bowls an absolute wonder ball, just clips off stump, and it runs down towards the 3rd boundary. Another incredible sway to this game, as the Blaze are now 4 down and a wicket completely against the run of play. Just as Sarah Bryce was beginning to look comfortable, she goes for 29 from 39, and now Alice Monaghan's on the board, 61 for 4.
Well, just as I was saying, she's not given the control. She finds a spot on the pitch and it just holds its line. It maybe keeps a little bit low. It hit halfway up the stump, hit the outside of off stump, and Sarah Bryce has got to go for 29. 3 bowled in this innings so far out of the 4 wickets. The other LBW hit the stumps, bowl a hard length, and ask questions of the batters.
You cannot believe another sway in this game. Keeps offering. And to be honest, last time I was here, James, the Blaze against Warwickshire twisted and turned constantly. And it was a chase of 300. And the Blaze were on top, and Warwickshire on top, and the Blaze were on top. And actually it's probably just a factor of this ground and this pitch here that it produces brilliant battles between bat and ball. So the over will continue. We're halfway through it. It's 61 for 4. And Ella Claridge will come out to the crease. Top score of, I believe, 19 against Durham. Only batted in a couple of games so far.
Just while I was on the subject of other cricket, the other fixture today is in the Metro Bank one-day Tier 2 competition, and Morgan have posted 238 for 8. Derbyshire Falcons women are in pursuit of that. They're 20 without loss.
One hand then. Straight and bowled again! Off stump is clattered with a little bit more power this time, and it's a golden duck. Oh my goodness, 61 for 5 now, the Blaze. And in almost identical fashion, the 4th and 5th wickets falling in both innings have fallen in and over, but this time Alice Monaghan is on a hat-trick, and at 61 for 5, the Blaze are in a whole pile of trouble. Well, James Carr.
You have just mentioned in 5 minutes ago what happened after that Danielle Gregory over of comparing to the Blaze bowling innings and 2 wickets, and you've got those 2 wickets. I don't think you're going to be invited back. But that said, 2 balls ago, my mindset was Monaghan has got a bowling over here to stay on, and she's done exactly that, keeping the stumps in play, getting the ball to talk. And I can't help but think that as Claridge walks off, that she's another victim of being up and down the batting order, in and out the side. So a lot of work to be done here for the Blaze. 61 for 5. As Emma Jones walks out, scratches a mark, and she has to face the hat-trick ball.
So Alice Monaghan is on a hat-trick. 61 for 5. She's running in. Bowls, and it's close, isn't it? Yorker just blocked out there by Emma Jones. Blimey, another moment in this match where the tension builds.
For a second I thought she'd come round now. I was going to miss it and kick it away off middle.
It was the perfect look, wasn't it? But one more ball yet to come in this over. That has provided so much drama.
Theatre here at Trent Bridge with a few thousand in for the food festival.
Another straight delivery. What an over that is. 4 runs from it, 2 wickets gone in 2 balls. And Alice Monaghan completely changes this game. We said, didn't we? You mentioned about how she's got a bowling over to stay on, and we were talking that she's just got to hone in on the stumps a little bit more and check out those 2 wickets. Bowled in 2 balls.
But even the 2 balls, those 2 dots at the end of that over after the wickets, her whole demeanour, her whole energy, she's hit the pitch harder, she's hit the bat harder, she's hit the bat high up on the sticker, whereas previously she was losing her shape a bit, dragging it down or going straight. Got to be in the game if you're a Surrey bowler, asking questions.
What's an over?
Gregory to continue from the Radcliffe Road end. Swept by Elwes. She'll get enough on that. Bounced a little bit there. She controlled that really well, did Georgia Elwes. Emma Jones, no mug with the bat. Genuine all-rounder. Not seen a bowl today, interestingly. Don't know if that's due to injury. But in the team for her batting as well. And of course her fielding as she plays a solid stroke up the ground.
Yeah, interesting. Emma Jones is actually yet to pick up a wicket in this season.
Well, Jones knows she's got a bit of work to do against her former employees. She drives hard up the ground to mid-off, and she's going to steal a single here. It's good cricket, that. Really good cricket.
Yeah, I think if the Blaze are to go on and win this game, I reckon where it would be decided is where they found those extra little singles. How have they just managed to eke out every possible run in the small period of time that they've been at the crease?
Gregory is in, and Elwes just nudges that to cover point, takes the single. I must have said that 1,000 times over the last few seasons. Accumulates runs. She moves on to 16. Hasn't played a shot in anger. Jones back on strike. Can she be that support? That's hit on the pads. Looks adjacent. Turned down by the umpire. Perhaps a little bit high.
That looks very, very close from where we are.
We'll get a front on view now from the replay. It's not a big turner of the ball, Gregory. Oh, back leg. It is leg side. I'm not surprised by the decision, but we've seen them given. Gregory in again. Played off the back foot this time. No run. That's the end of the 16th. Blaze 64 for 5. Here's a stat for you. Blaze still require 101 runs. Now, the run rate is under 3, but 100 runs feels a long, long way right now.
Yes, it certainly does. And it's just going to take time. And these two batters, you've got to say a lot rests on the shoulders, especially of Georgia Elwes. She looks calm out there. However, a run chase could change everything. 101 to win, as you mentioned there, James. And Alice Monaghan has earned herself an extra over, which is thoroughly deserved. We've got deep square, fine leg, deep third, deep cover point as well, just in front of square. Backward point. Rubs her hands together, waits. But this one's just played down towards fine leg. Again, Georgia Elwes oozing calmness. With Emma Jones back on strike. There's a feeling, isn't there? Just something else going to happen here, James. Soon.
It's just an atmosphere that wickets are brewing, isn't it? We've seen it in the first innings. We're seeing it again now.
Whether it's a aggressive shot or a close chance. Driven up towards mid-on for a dot. Getting a little bit tetchy up here in the commentary box. So there's a little field change. Backward point returns. And of course, we are still yet to have plenty of overs from Tilly Corty and Coleman. And those overs have got all a lot more trickier. It's a drive from Emma Jones. Again, another scampered single. Chance for a run out. Direct hit might have been close. But another sign of the Blaze. Just trying to stay positive, which I'm a big fan of.
It's smart cricket because Maitland Brown's got to come round that. She's right-handed. It's gone slightly to her left side. She's got to come round it, then get rid of the ball. So it gives the batters time to get through. Jones going to the danger end. She's calling. Smart cricket.
Prodding defensive, finds the gap. Again, very good rotation of strike from Georgia Elwes, who continues just to tick along. She moves to 18. Jones on 2. Yet to get a real shot away as cover comes inside the circle. Good pressure building this from Surrey. Not letting the new batter get underway too easily. Deep square leg still out on the boundary. Emma Jones drives comfortably up towards mid-off. Little discussion with the umpires here. Perhaps a little step on the danger area here from Alice Monaghan. Or just a bit of repair work to send a message, perhaps. But Emma Jones has looked very strong on the front foot, driving, which is not a shot that has worked terrifically well today amongst other batters. But Monaghan has one more ball. Again, driven up pretty comfortably by Emma Jones, which ends another tense over from Monaghan, and it's 67 to 5.
Yeah, she's waiting on it though, isn't she, Emma Jones? She's just letting the ball come to her a little bit. A few of the dismissals we've seen where they've just, their hands have just pushed out in front and the ball's decked back into the stumps.
That end definitely seems to be the end to bowl pace from, doesn't it? And then we can rotate paces from the Surrey Broad end and spin from the Ratcliffe Road end. So I wonder if after a short spell from Danny Gregory we might see Tilly Coleman back on from this end.
Gregory to continue then. Skips in. Proactive feet from Elwes, and she squeezed it through for 4. Coleman on the boundary there, diving in vain. Much needed boundary for the Blaze.
There's been a couple of those little releases, haven't there? There's almost been just slightly too many. And it's hard to remember that the Blades are still 5 wickets down here, but they're getting a little bit more release than Surrey did in their innings.
Gregory in again, on the money this time, but Elwes will squeeze out another single. She's so good at that. Gregory's got her boundary fielder on the offside quite square. It's very much cover point, deep cover point. So if the batters can beat extra cover on their left hand, they can access that extra cover boundary, which can yield extra runs. Rocks back this time. Does Emma Jones, she'll squeeze out another single.
Now I'm not sure if it's an element of Surrey just ever so slightly missing their line, or whether the Blaze are being more intent, but we didn't see a lot of that from Surrey's batters getting singles in the ring. It just feels like they're looking a little bit more proactively.
Yeah.
We saw once, just sorry, very quickly, James. I think it was off Cranston's bat. She just dropped it into the offside, into a gap, and I remember asking you, do you think there was a single there? And we saw a very, very similar shot from Georgia Elwes just then, where she did take the single.
Top shot from Elwes, just too full from Danny Gregory. Lent on by Elwes, and that is her bread and butter. 4 more runs. Expensive over this in the context of the game. I think, one, it's the hallmark of Georgia Elwes and how she accumulates her runs. She's happy to drop it around, and that's how she gets herself to scores like this of 27 off 33. She sweeps across this one, hit on the pad, turned down. That's the end of the over. 77 for 5. Yeah, it's the hallmark of the way Georgia Elwes plays and how she accumulates her runs. But also, Surrey have missed their line, I think. Gregory needs to be a bit tighter to the stumps. We just saw with that last delivery that is more challenging, being tight to the stumps. And similarly, when the seamers have missed their line, not often, but when they've missed their line, they've gone for boundaries. When they've got it right, they've got it incredibly right. Castled a few of the Blaze batters. Well, 4 of the Blaze batters to be precise.
Change of bowling then.
I think so. I think we may have Tilly Coleman again, but a change of ends. We've not seen Alice Davidson Richards either. I wonder if she's carrying injury and just playing as a batter only. How many overs has she bowled this year? 17 overs thus far, 2 wickets. So perhaps she's carrying a niggle.
Maybe. Well, we're going to have a change of bowling, as you mentioned, from the Stuart Broad end. And Tilly Courtine-Coleman, the 18-year-old with such stature and poise. She'll be onto her area pretty much straight away, I reckon. Bit of left arm round the wicket to the right-hander. Emma Jones on strike. It's going to be a tricky spell here for the Blaze batters. Short and cut out towards cover for no run.
I think I'd have gone TCC back at the end we are now and took Danny Gregory off and kept Monahan on for maybe 1 or 2 more overs.
Well, it's just interesting about where the wicket's coming from. And we've seen plenty of wickets from the Stuart Broad end with pace. This one's cut away, just forward of square on the offside, and we'll take a single out to the current bowler from the Radcliffe Road end, Danny Gregory. Yeah, just ever so slightly different. We've just seen a few more wicket-taking deliveries from the pace bowlers in this innings thus far. Down the track comes Georgia Ellis, a little bit positive, but again adding to the tension here at Trent Bridge. Brilliant atmosphere in the ground with the clouds looming and lights on. It feels like drama. As back goes Georgia Ellis, finds another single out to cover, which he's been doing all innings. Just hammering away at the deep fielder on the boundary. She moves to 28 with that one. 79 for 5 here, the Blaze. A little bit more darty that time. Down leg, just swept on its way. Bryony Smith's in pursuit. And Emma Jones going to come back for a second. And it is runs. So that ends the over from Courtine-Coleman. And the score is now 81 for 5.
Almost halfway the Blaze. They require another 84.
Here's a question I love. Possibly slightly overused, however, I'm going to ask anyway. You are the algorithm for deciding percentages of who has the better chance of winning. This is the James Carr percentage dial.
Yeah.
It's a really tricky spot, isn't it, this one?
It is, because we're not quite halfway in the overs, but we're halfway in the wickets and halfway in the amount of runs required. As Gregory starts a new over, she's swept to deep backward square leg by Georgia Ellis, and she keeps ticking these Blaze runs off. I think that Blaze slightly edge it, probably 60-40, maybe even 55-45. And I'll tell you why after this delivery, as it's slightly back of a length and back foot driven to mid-off for another single. I think Surrey don't quite have as much potent bowling left, and I think that's why I would slightly favour the Blaze right now, but it can all change as Georgia Ellis rocks back and takes another single through that cover region. I genuinely think, without having ADR available to bowl, it seems, Gregory worked away again through the offside, another single. And just how easy this is now, just to pick off singles. I think they're shy of perhaps another spinner. Like I said, we've seen an uncapped spinner on the sidelines in Bethan Miles. Maitland Brown's only got so many more overs left. Alice Monaghan's only got so many overs left. We've seen the seam talk, but we've seen the success of slow bowling today as well, as Gregory's in again and milk for another single, this time to mid-on. Yeah, we saw the two seam or three seam with the medium paces of the Blaze, and the 3 spin, kind of 3 and 3 work for the Blaze. And I don't know if Surrey have just peaked in this game from a bowling point of view as Gregory's in. And this time on the money, fields off her own bowling. So 5 off that one. We get a shot of Trent Bridge there. Crowd smattered around the ground. It's busier than it probably looks on that shot, actually. That's what the Worm's saying. So it is on as even, isn't it? It's very close. Wickets falling in slightly different ways, but it's very close.
For me, it shows in the last few overs how impressive these two batters have been. Just where you see that little up spike at 17 overs, 16 overs, these two have looked really calm. And they've almost batted in the way we called for the two middle order batters for Surrey to go about their innings. And when Chatley and Chatterjee were going about their business, they're batting very well. They still felt like they lacked a little bit of calmness. And these two are playing very solidly. I will say that with a touch of the wood, so I don't curse anyone as Courtine Coleman continues, and it's a full ball played out towards mid-on for no run.
Gave that a bit more flight. Almost yoked herself by using the feet there to Georgia Elwes.
Down the track this time, prodding out towards mid-off for no run. I reckon that because they've got enough time in the bank just to say we're going to be really defensive to Courtine Coleman and we're just going to see out her spell. Oh, is that one gripped just past the outside edge?
Wry smile there from Georgia Elwes. Sometimes you just got to accept that you can play and miss the odd delivery.
Back of a length and cut away. Again, another just slight release of pressure as Georgia Elwes gets to the non-striker's end again.
I still think that shot there shows how good the surface actually is. That it wasn't particularly short. It was just nimble footwork from Georgia Elwes, going deep in the crease, winning the space.
Oh, that one's fuller. Just played out into the leg side. I wonder if it's just a slight lack of the morning dew that we had this morning that might cause the spin and the bounce to be just ever so slightly more consistent from the spinners. So that one's just patted back to the bowler, ends the over. 87 for 5. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I don't disagree. It's clearly is a little bit drier now. The hover cover that these test venues have will eradicate a lot of that dew on the actual playing surface, but it doesn't take the moisture out of the air, that little bit of nip. We've had the lights on all day and that does weird things to the ball, doesn't it? And it behaves in interesting ways. We have another change from the Radcliffe Road and we're going to see Priyanaz Chatterjee once again. 21 overs gone here, 87 for 5. This partnership bubbling away nicely from a Blaze point of view. 26 it's worth. Doesn't sound a lot, but in the context of this game, it is a lot. 43 is the best partnership in this game, if my memory serves me right.
Yes, and this partnership in the Surrey innings was 36 between Chatley and Chatterjee.
Chatterjee then, right arm over the wicket, 11 on her back. She's in and offers a bit of width. This is going to be carved away square.
Stop.
Great piece of fielding from Tilly Courtine Coleman. They come back for 2. Partnership ticks on to 30. Yeah, 43. The best partnership between Cranston and Chatterjee. And it was 36 between no run off Chatterjee. Yeah, 36 between Chatley and Chatterjee. So in the context of the game, this partnership, 28 it's worth now. 2 runs ahead of myself. 3rd best partnership in this game. Chatterjee once again. Wicket to wicket, worked into the leg side, no run.
what these two batters have done so well is just to sap any tension, any drama out the game. These two, every defence, every single just saps a little bit of the energy out of this Surrey side.
Yeah, every run feels like double, doesn't it? Because of how low scoring it is, how high stakes it is. Chesty tied his line-up once again. I'm actually doing Sarah Bryce and George Rose a disservice because I forgot their partnership, which was worth 42. But 43, 42, 36, and now a 28. They are pretty small numbers in terms of partnerships, which shows how low scoring and how tight this game is. As Chatterjee's in once again, and full and straight, worked to leg side. It's beat mid wicket. It's not got the legs to go to the boundary. Monaghan doing the chasing. She'll fire the ball in. They'll come back for 2. Plays move on to 91 for 5 with the ball to remain in the 22nd over. I'm sure one of the chats out there now from the keeper will be, come on girls, let's take one more for drinks, something like that. I'm sure Surrey would be really happy to get to drinks at say 100 for 6. Blaze would be happy to be 100 for 5. Conflab between Alice Davidson Richards at mid-off and bowler in Chatterjee as she lines up at her mark again and comes in past the umpire. On the money. Cut off by Paige Schofield at extra cover. No run to end the 22nd then. Blaze 91 for 5. Run rate 4.1. That is not going to be the issue here. I can't see us going the distance in terms of the 50 overs. But the wickets column is still precarious if you are a Blaze follower.
So you mentioned the drinks break looming, just 3 overs away now. And it's worth remembering that we did have to have drinks a little bit early, didn't we, in the last innings? We had it 1.1 overs early when Surrey lost the wicket of Kira Chatley, which left them at the time 93 for 6. So really just neck and neck, these two at the minute, aren't they? Just feel Blaze, if anything, are just slightly ahead.
Well, the person that will want to take that drinks break early or effect it will be Maitland Brown, who's coming back for a second spell. She got the ball to talk up top, didn't she?
Replacing Courtine Coleman. Oh, it's a play and a miss outside the off stump, and you get the feeling Maitland Brown might be again onto something here after a brilliant opening spell. It's 88 against 88 here. Maitland Brown up against Emma Jones. Straight and driven for no run. And at 91 for 5, the more these two just bat into this game, the easier it looks now for the Blaze. But still, that 74, you mentioned each run feels like double. I reckon 74 feels a little bit more than 74 does right now, if that makes any sense. Straight and whipped out towards mid-on. They're going to get a quick single here. Chance at a run out at the non-striker's end, but I reckon Emma Jones was just about safe, judging by the effort she put into that lunge. 92 for 5. More good running from these two. More positivity. And it's been a real hallmark of Georgia Elwis's innings as well. As Maitland Brown continues. Oh, playing a missed drive. Little appeal as the bat careered into the surface, which brought about the noise.
Yeah, I think it just kept low as well a bit, didn't it? Just misbehaved out of the foothold, perhaps. Not really a true measure of the pitch, that one.
So just 2 balls left. Maitland Brown 2 for 24 from her 5.4. she'll want to have one of those nip backers again off a good length. Here she comes. Just back of a length and swayed out of the way of by Elvis. Doesn't want any of the short ball today.
Brown just showing everyone that she can bowl that short one though. Just puts something of doubt in the back of the batter's mind when you know they've got that one up their sleeve.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Elvis take on the pull shot, but she's been pretty strong on the cut today. It's a good length. It's well defended by Elvis. That ends another over. A good one from Maitland-Brown as she returns to the Surrey attack. It's 92 for 5 with 2 overs until drinks. 23 overs gone.
Yeah, Blaze happy to just sit on Maitland-Brown there. Over went for 1, but every over that Brown bowls is an over she can't bowl again. So she's through 6 now. They can, without going in their shell, just negotiate Brown and just perhaps think about scoring the runs from the other end. Although Chatterjee, who's currently on, has only gone for 8 from her 3. She's very economical herself.
It raises the debate, doesn't it? Do you hold your target bowler back, or do you just bowl her out whilst the chase is still on? And I think if it was a high-scoring game and a death bowler mattered, I'd be more inclined to hold her back. However, you've got to say, what are you really saving her for? If you're going to take her off now to bring her back on, yes, you might give her a little bit more energy, but for me it feels like you've just got to take the impact with your star bowler. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think this game it's a 40 over game. That's how Surrey should think about it. Got away with one there, did Chatterjee. Was cut away, but Courtine Coleman was able to cover the ground from cover point on the deep boundary there, get round to backward point, cut it off. Yeah, looking at the current run rate, Blaze would get these runs by about the 40th over, you would imagine. And of course, if they get it in 39.5 overs, I think they get a bonus point as well, because they'll have gone at 1.25 the run rate. So Chatterjee in, fuller and straighter, driven to extra cover for no run. And I think, if my memory serves me right, if Surrey bowl Blaze out for 80% or less of the target, because that's where the 1.5 and the 80% marry up.
Okay.
So a mathematician would have to correct me on that, but I think then they would get a bonus point. Chatterjee in, full and straight. George Orell was saying you're not getting through there with a nice vertical full face of the bat.
I always think they slightly overcomplicate it sometimes, don't you think, with the bonus points?
Yeah, from a chasing point of view, it's 1.25 the run rate, which is effectively in 40 overs, because 80% of the. Chatterjee just tightening the screw. Another dot there.
It's a lovely atmosphere in the ground at the minute with all the food vans. Those, I don't actually know what those drums are called. What are they called making that noise at the minute?
Steel drums, like Caribbean style.
Yes.
Yeah, steel drums. Chatterjee in, right arm over the wicket. Little bit of width, driven on the up. It'll just be the single.
It was bustling out there earlier when I went out to go and get my loaded fries.
It's
at the back of the Nottingham Street Food Festival.
It is a real nice feel out there. A great initiative, I think. Got to put some, because cricket's a long day, isn't it? It's not necessarily always the appeal to everyone, the myths around cricket being slow, long and boring, when actually cricket's a great thing you can drift in and out of and go and enjoy some food and some music. As Chatterjee's in and Jones drives hard up the ground. Chatterjee takes the sting out of it off her own ball, and it'll be no run. Plays 94 for 5 from 24 now. 1 over to drinks. Chatterjee went for 2 in that over. Another squeezed over. They're trying their best.
It's very interesting. She did it as a batter and she's doing it as a bowler. Just going slightly under the radar at how well she's actually going. And especially with the ball at the minute. You've got to say, Chatterjee, hardly going for any runs at the minute, is doing her job as well as she possibly can. Building up pressure from one end, and it's now time for the target bowler from the other. So Maitland Brown with a little skip and a jump. Sets off. Bowl short, pulled away, fielder out there, but it's gone miles over her head. 4 rows back, and it's a commanding 6 from Georgia Elwes. As she moves to 43, and it's 100 up for the Blaze just before the drinks break. Again, another shot which carried a tiny little bit of tension as it carried its way through the air. Fielder was there, but it went over her head for 6. Brilliant shot from Elwes.
100 up as well for Blaze. Nice little bit of psychology for Blaze going into the drinks break.
Short and deflected down towards third. Backward point collects. That is brilliant batting. 6 over square leg, short ball pounced on. Another short ball just slightly back of a length, and Elwes has got the temperament and seeing it clearly just to dab it down towards the third boundary, take an easy single, run it off the bat face and keep the scoreboard ticking. She's now within 1 shot of her 50. As this is full and hasn't really got up, it struck on the pad as Emma Jones gets through to a quick single. I wonder if she just got a bottom edge there. Something sounded slightly woody on the way through, but a short ball that doesn't quite get up. Almost as if Emma Jones just saw a beautiful pull shot from Georgia Elwes and thought, you know, I'd fancy one of those too. Didn't quite get up to her. I must say, we've seen something very similar today. Catherine Bryce got bowled going for a pull shot which didn't quite get up. Full and Elwes finding another single into the offside. Yeah, more brilliant batting. Just with a good length ball. A potential pressure builder has turned into a Blaze pressure release. Finds a little gap in the offside, little block just to find that gap, as now in response deep cover comes up inside the circle. So we've got a ring field on the offside, mid wicket, mid on, deep square, fine leg, and third is 5 yards in. And a drive from Emma Jones almost pierces the gap at cover that has just been filled. Now Bryony Smith drops back out to a deep cover, so a little bit more defensive potentially, or maybe even perhaps giving her a single at the end of the over. But Courtine Coleman comes, no, it's Gregory, sorry, down there at third. He's up inside the circle, and now 3 fielders out on the leg side. Only mid-on is in. Full and driven again. To end the over, no run, 103 for 5, and I believe that will be the drinks break. So, 103 for 5, the Blaze, you've got to say, are in a good position. Still 62 needed off 25 overs, so we've mentioned it a few times. Run rate will not be an issue. However, you've got to say that wicket column is going to be a little bit more crucial. Elwes 45 not out, and Emma Jones 10 not out of the break.
Yeah, there's the story of the game. Blaze bundling Surrey out for 164. Spoil shared around from a wicket's point of view. Surrey trying to spoil the party here at Trent Bridge. Monaghan with 2 wickets and an over. Brown with 2 wickets up top in the power play. Courtine Coleman sneaked through the defences of Tammy Beaumont. And Priyanash Chatterjee just trying to keep it tight from one end. A worm on the scoreboard. Out on the ground at the moment is neck and neck, really. The game is in the balance. We saw the Blaze just have a, Surrey have a bit of a recovery, a couple of partnerships, which is what we've had for the Blaze for the 4th and 5th wicket. But we then saw a tumble of wickets in the Surrey innings. Surrey will be wanting more of the same.
Yeah, it's funny, Surrey got up to 136 for 6 at one point, and then lost their final 4 wickets for under 30. So as you say, the Blaze, despite looking in a good position, there are plenty of times where Surrey's position looked exactly like this, where you thought that maybe they'd just be able to get up to a slightly more competitive total, but wickets then tumbled, and they came in some spells, often providing a few wickets at a time.
I'm going to throw a caveat to that though.
Oh yeah.
Looking at the Blaze bench, Lucy Hyam, very comfortable with the bat. We expect her to perhaps come in at 9. Before her we expect the skipper, Kirsty Gordon, to come in at 8. Kirsty Gordon, 4 innings, 3 not outs, 138 runs, best score of 60 not out, average of 138. The Blaze have got a long, deep batting lineup. So if this does get close, they've got experienced cricketers to get them over the line.
And it's worth remembering, yes, that 60 not out from Kirsty Gordon was last time out, but she also got a not out 47 against Essex in a chase of 157. So Kirsty Gordon came in at a tricky time and brought the Blaze up to chase down 158. So not only is it lower order runs, but it's lower order runs in the second innings. Change of bowling? No, we will still see Chatterjee from the Ratcliffe Road end, who has been ultra consistent.
And then number 10, Josie Groves, who bats much higher up when she's playing second team cricket and not in the first team. Bats much higher up when she plays tier 2 cricket as a dual registration player. So there is depth. I've never seen Charlie Phillips bat. Is
that a good thing or a bad thing?
I think it's a good thing that we don't often get to see her bat because of how well the Blaze have gone in recent years.
Point.
Chatterjee then to continue. First over after drinks from the Radcliffe Road end. False start from her. She'll have to go back to a mark. Georgia Elwis on strike. She's 45 from 59. That level, experienced head for the Blaze. She just mistimes that drive. There'll be no run.
It's I'm very wary. I've done a lot of praising Georgia Elwis, but when she's on strike, I always just feel I might just tone it down a little bit. But she's been so impressive.
Chatterjee, right arm over the wicket. Elwis times this one, but can't be backward point, and there's no run.
I don't know how you think about this, but whenever I go and commentate on a game, I always leave being impressed by somebody. You know?
Yeah.
And someone has always made an impression, and you think, yeah, that she or he can play.
Yeah.
And Georgia Elwis is doing that right now.
Chatterjee once again. Fuller and straighter, worked into the leg side, be no run as Alice Monaghan does the fielding at mid-wicket. Yeah, I mean, something I've become quite used to is watching Georgia Elwis bat. She accumulates runs with ease. She can go under the radar sometimes in the way she goes about it, just dealing in 1s and 2s and then catching up with a boundary here and there. She digs that one out and it almost squeezes back onto the stumps. Chatterjee throws her head up in the air, wondering if she's going to get the rub of the green, get a bit of luck. Not on this occasion. And Georgia was someone else who's joined us in the commentary box when she's been injured, and is a very down-to-earth character, very liberal and nice with her time. Obviously made the move from the Southern Vipers a couple of years ago now, as this one's full toss and turned into leg side. Danny Gregory at deep square leg will do the fielding. And it's become a real kind of hallmark of this Blaze side. They're very competitive. They're very well led by Kirsty Gordon, who wears a heart on her sleeve and plays hard, but they tend to win the big moments. Straight again, and this time shoveled by Jones, and it will run away to the boundary, and the crowd has just come alive because much needed boundary in this Blaze chase. 14 Jones moves on to now, and the pressure valve just released again at the end of that over. We've had 3 overs in this innings where the ball's gone for 4 on the last ball. That changes the whole demeanour of the team. It can suck the life out of you, it can deflate you, or it can pump your tyres up if you're the batting side. And that to me felt like an extra bit of inflation in the tyres of the Blaze.
That's a really good point you raised there, James. And actually, it can be so demoralising, can't it? When it's the fact that the pressure's been built up, they've done the hard work, and then there's that ball which almost just makes the hard work from the over just feel a little bit more pointless. And it's those little things, isn't it? Down the track, and is it a chance? No, just lands short of backward point. Any wicket here completely changes the game. The Blaze are on top at the minute. A wicket from Courtine Coleman switches that up. Down the track comes Elwes. Again, not phased after a ball that floated up in the last previous delivery. Short and well cut away. He's backward a point. Even better stop though in the backward point fielder. He's been really busy in there. And Elwes just 4 runs away now from a half century. She goes back and cutting again, slightly loftily. She stands with her bat dangled down, looks up to the sky. Can't quite believe 3 slightly shorter balls haven't been put away. Shows her expectations at the minute. Back of her length and defended. Again, Georgia Elwes won't mind. You get the feeling she'll want to get a little release at some point, but 4 dots in a row. Sweep shot. This is running away, I think. Deep square leg field has done a great piece of work. It's definitely going to be 2. And Georgia Elwes gets back on strike. So to prevent the maiden, after 5 dots, Georgia Elwes finds some runs. 2 more runs added, 110 for 5.
Yeah. Interesting over that. The ball will seem to stick in the pitch a couple of times. Elwes not quite timing it the same as she had done previously. Almost a half chance as well. That ball had hung in the air a little bit longer. Cranston might have had a chance at taking a catch at point. I always think if you look at the DLS par score, it's always a decent guide of where you are in a run chase. It's not absolute, of course it's not, but par score is currently 102. The score is 110 for 5. So the game is in the balance. You asked me about percentages. Blaze are just ahead at the moment. It could all change as Chatterjee's in. Driven hard up the ground to mid-on, and for a second I thought that had beat the mid-on fielder. Who's there? Alice Davidson-Richards. She, in the end, gets the body on the line, and it's just a single. Partnership of 50 for the 6th wicket. 75 balls for Emma Jones and Georgia Elwes.
Yeah, first one we've seen today. Real testament to how these 2 have worked together and stayed positive.
Chatterjee to Elwes, who drives high up the ground for another single, takes her to 49.
It's also just been good partnership batting. You know, Emma Jones in this partnership has played her role perfectly. Contained the pressure, absorbed it at times, and continue to rotate the strike so it's not just a one-woman show.
Chatterjee once again. Hits a length, no run. Yeah, it's Amy Jones has showed her versatility because she can give it a whack as well. She can come in when you're 250 for 5 and there's 6 or 7 overs left and you want someone to just provide you a bit of impetus and get you a quick 20 off 10 balls. You can certainly play that role as well, but she's just playing a very different role today. She carves this one away. Be another single down to third man. 1-1-3 for 5. 27.4 overs gone. Target of 165. Priyanaz Chatterjee with the ball. Full toss, turn round the corner. This is going to be 4. And it's also going to be 50 for Georgia Elwys. 53 from 72 deliveries. 3 4s, 1 6. Strike rate of 73 in 95 minutes, and that's the key thing. 95 minutes. Occupy the crease, absorb the pressure, wait for them to make a mistake and pick off the runs. This is a huge innings in the context of this game for the Blaze from Georgia Elwys, as Blaze move on to 117 for 5. Chatterjee in and pulled away. No run as mid-wicket does the fielding. That's the end of the 28th. 117 for 5.
Brilliant knock from Georgia Elwys. And I think what's just been so impressive about that knock was just how her tempo never really changed. She hasn't really clicked up through the gears. She looked calm from the off. And now it's about how she continues. How does she start moving this innings up towards that target? Because you gotta feel she's got to be not out at the end. But Courtine Coleman then is going to resume. As Surrey know, they just have to. They have to get the wickets now. And one of their star bowlers with 3 overs left is set to continue. Just back of a length and cut into the offside by Emma Jones, who is worth remembering has played a crucial role in this innings as well. Just short and punch down the ground. Brilliant shot from Emma Jones. A pull shot that beats mid-on the straight side. And it was a little bit of a drag down from Courtine Coleman. And Emma Jones moves to 20. It's 121 for 5. Brilliant pull shot down the ground. Again, showing an area of the ground that Surrey batters weren't able to exploit. Back of a length again and pulled up towards mid-on.
Just feels like Surrey are spent a little bit here, haven't they? They're running out of puff.
Straighter and played nicely to mid-wicket. Yeah, it just feels energy-wise, they feel low, as you would do when you're trying to defend 164 and the game slightly gets away from you.
Yeah.
Full and swept, little appeal, dribbles down towards fine leg. Bryony Smith picks up and throws. But yeah, I think you've got to, you raised the point really early on, didn't you, about boundaries, boundary percentage. And even since the off, even through periods where the Blaze lost a few quick wickets, you got the feeling that they were just finding areas to score that Surrey weren't. Still though, 43 runs acquired. short and cut into the offside. They're going to take a quick single, even though the ball's still inside the ring. They get through to it comfortably, so that ends the 29th. 123 for 5, the Blaze. They need 42 off a relatively piece of information you don't need to know. It's off 126 balls.
Strange things have happened, you never know. Danny Gregory's going to come back from the Radcliffe Road end. I think we've got to see Maitland Brown bowl out, haven't we? See if she can get the ball to talk from a Surrey point of view.
Yeah, I also think that wickets have come for Surrey when they have rotated the bowling, so whether it's Maitland Brown or, as we see, Danny Gregory come onto the bowling, you've got to say that Surrey just need to keep fresh ideas coming.
Gregory's in, drags this one down, pulled away hard by Georgia Elvis. She'll just pick up a single.
That's why it's so important to bowl leg spinners from this end, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. It's a big old hit out that way. Not forgetting Alice Monaghan, she's picked up 2 wickets as well with her seam. But they need to make something happen here to Surrey, or otherwise it's going to just peter out for them. Blaze just need to keep ticking the runs off, absorbing the pressure, putting the bad ball away. Emma Jones on strike. Plays back to that one. Gregory will feel off her own bowling.
Another sign of it just sticking a little bit still.
Across the line this time. Never a serious appeal. Ball will squirt down to a short third region for a leg bye. You feel like that's how the wicket's going to come though, someone like playing a poor shot to the spinner, lapsing concentration. Although she would have played that online thinking it was a bit of a free shot. Oh, it's back on strike. Back cut, that's going to be 4 runs. Waited on that one. Split short third and point. You just get the feeling that the Blaze contingency of this crowd have just relaxed a little bit in the last few moments. There was a little bit of anxiousness, but that seems to have dissipated somewhat.
Yeah, there's a little bit more laughter, isn't there? A little bit more clapping, a little bit more chatter. They're not too worried anymore.
Gregory in. Always happy to just play that one back for no run. 1 ball left in the over as we approach the 30 over mark. Blaze 129 for 5. Dragged down and pulled away. Deep mid wicket will do the fielding, so it's just a single. 130 for 5 after 30. 35 runs required. The required rate way under 2 now at 1.75 as we look at the worm chart and the way that that orange line has just started to hover higher than the black one. Wickets have stemmed 2.
But look at that wicket on the 23rd over. That was Chatley, I believe. Look how the brown line just rises up and then dips away after that wicket. And the Blaze, having not lost a wicket in this time, have continued to rise. And it shows you that if they'd lost another wicket around the drinks period, how much that wicket would have changed proceedings here. So it looks like I think we're going to see a bowling change here.
Monaghan.
Alice Monaghan. So 3rd goes deep. Fine leg is also on the boundary, and deep backward square and a deep cover. Feels like a last chance saloon here for Surrey.
Final roll of the dice. 30 overs gone. Georgia Elwys on strike. She came to the wicket at 3 overs. She's done the job of an opener.
This one's down leg, wide given. But you mentioned, didn't you, about how the middle order batter is just going to continue to play her way, whatever time they come in. And it's almost exactly what the situation needed. The Blaze needed someone to come in, steady the ship, still look for the odd single, but not be pressurised by not getting boundaries away in the power play. Full and just whipped away off the dirt. Just a single out towards fine leg.
Yep, she's just doing Georgia Elwys things, really. Very relaxed, very calm. What I will say though is, I just felt both seamers who've bowled from the Stuart Broad end, even the 2 balls we've seen so far, it just feels like something may happen from the bowling of Alice Monaghan here.
Surrey just need to make sure they don't lose runs quickly. Still 33 to get. Short, pulled away, and there's a boundary. And that's now meaning the target is only 29 required. And what we've seen over the last few overs is just the boundary scoring pick up, and that amount needed just deplete in quick time. And when they got to the 50 partnership, these two, there was still over 50 required. And it was still a thought that went through your mind thinking, okay, they've still got to double that. But now, there's a boundary down the ground from Emma Jones, and the boundary there really releasing the pressure as this one is driven out towards mid-on for no run. But it is funny, the chase just does get away from you sometimes, doesn't it?
Indeed, yeah.
From a bowling point of view, it's why it's so tricky to defend those low totals. It's because you can't miss. And Monaghan doing all she can to hunt for a wicket. Short, cut. Single taken out towards deep cover. 137 for 5.
Yeah, well, I think the way that Blaze have gone about this chase, yes, there's been wickets around, but they're a strong side, lots of depth. You said par was about 225, so if you was to add those runs onto what they currently need, Blaze would be in trouble, because they'd need 6 and over from here on in, and being 5 wickets down. So the risks that Blaze would have to take would be much more than what they have to do, having only got to get another 28.
Short and an attempted puller's miss, so it'll be a wide down the leg side. And I think it is also worth thinking about that we've now seen both sides bat, and I think it's fair to say that it was today against the new ball, it was tricky to bat. Yes, there were a couple of loose shots, but it was almost as if that first 10 over, that was tricky. This one's full and worked out into the leg side. They're going to get a calm single. And yes, we can look back and say, oh, the players should have been ultra defensive in that period. But even in this innings, there are a couple of times where, for example, Amy Jones nipped back through the gate playing a defensive shot. There was a few good balls out there. And so it is hard to look back and say that both teams should have played defensively from the off. Maybe being ultra critical, the Blaze could have observed, see how Surrey went about their innings first thing this morning. As this one is dabbed down towards backward point. But I think in my overview, as that ends the over 139 for 5, those first 10 overs were very challenging for the batters, and the bowlers have bowled well in bowler friendly conditions.
Yeah, 100%. I think the way I would summarise the 5 wickets for Surrey so far is that they've been like wicket balls amongst lots of other cricket and lots of run scoring, whereas the Blazes' 10 wickets have come from applied pressure dots that have then brought wickets, whereas kind of the Blaze wickets that have fallen have come from, like, almost surprised us as they've happened. You know, Amy Jones went 4-4-4 bowled. You know, Tammy Bonham's innocuous LBW/court decision, we're not quite sure. Alice Monaghan got hit for 2 fours and then got two wickets in 2 balls, kind of from nowhere. As Gregory drags this one down, it's cut away, it'll be no run. Blaze certainly put long periods of pressurised bowling together, barely conceded a boundary throughout the whole innings, and hence why they walk off having bowled the team out for 164. Strong drive up the ground from Elwes there, be no run. Whereas Blaze bowling, Surrey's bowling performance, they've just not able to hold their skills for long enough. And when they batted, they weren't able to hold their skills for long enough and absorb the pressure. Whereas the batter on screen there has done exactly that, walking out in the 3rd over. And batted almost the entirety of this innings so far. Down the ground, she's going to beat mid-on. Yes, it is. Great use of the feet and the wrists to access that long-on boundary. And Georgia Elwes continues to shine in this low-scoring affair. Look at the replay there, a little shuffle down the ground. Barely touched that. It was all about timing, all about transferring the weight through the ball.
Yeah, that was a brilliant cricket shot. One for the classicists. Bit of whip.
Long on's gone out now as she flays this one over the top of mid-off. Another boundary. Long on gets sent out. So what does she do? She goes over the offside and she's just toying with the Surrey bowlers now. The end is nigh. 18 required.
Yeah, she moves to 70 with probably one of the shots of the day there. Hitting over extra cover, into out. Glorious shot.
Cut away this time in front of square. She'll get a single through that gap between point and extra cover.
So, just raising your point that you replied to my point with about how some wickets falling a couple of times after back-to-back boundaries. We've now just seen from Georgia Elwes. Beautiful shot through mid-wicket. Lovely shot over extra cover and single to end the over. It's the difference, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
She's got her batter head on and it's glorious to watch.
I don't quite know how. I mean, there's a lot of talented cricketers in the country, but she's at the top echelon of domestic cricket, and I know, you know, it's probably unfair to say she's in the twilight of her career. She's in the mid-30s, but like her development into her 30s, like it would be so good to see. I think it'd be such a great thing for aspiring female cricketers to see that you can flourish into your late 20s and 30s. And you know, her England career I think is over. I'm not suggesting for a second she's going to play for England again, but I think she's one that England has missed, and maybe it's just where her career's coming, and in terms of when the game turned pro, and maybe her international career she hasn't had as much of an international career, should I say, as she perhaps liked, just because of timing of the professional game and opportunities and obviously performances as well at times. But certainly Blaze's game right now, as Maitland Brown is in, she's on the money straight away, and Elwes is equal to it.
Yeah, Maitland Brown being brought back on. Almost as we say. Just the final chance now for Surrey. Can they get a breakthrough now? And the problem is the Blaze do bat deep, as we've mentioned. Kirsty Gordon, Lucy Hyam to come. This one's driven out towards mid-on for no run. It's a huge game in the context of the table as well, of course. Surrey coming into this fixture in third off the back of 2 losses on the road. And the Blaze coming off the back of 3 back-to-back wins. Sorry, back-to-back-to-back wins. As Elvis faces up to Brown. And drives straight back to the bowler. Blaze sitting in top spot, just with the 1 loss so far. And so their 3-point gap over Hampshire in second is, at the current point in time, set to increase. Currently. Down the track comes Elvis, and a bottom edge goes skewing over the stumps. Ends up dribbling out towards deep square leg for a single. So the Jones and Elvis partnership continues. Now 88 runs, this partnership. Full punch down the ground. Chance of run out of the striker's end. Non-striker's end, sorry. No direct hit.
I think that would have been out.
So do I.
That was a close one. She just ran on the shot there, really, but she's got away with it. Again, ball went to the left side of mid-off, so there's a little bit of something going in the favour of the batter, but it did sit up for ADR, didn't it? And she was able to get the throw away. But couldn't hit the sticks.
Yeah, it was a beautiful shot. Just ran straight away, didn't she? It's almost as you need to hit that slightly worse to get a single in there. Down the track comes Elvis, pulling away, square, but no, brilliant stop from the fielder. I believe it's Chatterjee out there, I might be incorrect, no it is. And it's just a single for Georgia Elvis. And the 150 did come up during that over, so 151 for 5. And the Blaze now just 14 runs away. But you've got to say, not much between the two sides, other than this partnership. Yes, there's been slight differences in the potency of the bowling, which have added to this partnership. But the way these two have gone about their business, no one in the Surrey department really carried it out like these two did.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And Georgia Elvis, like I said, has been in since Catherine Bryce got out on the last ball of the 3rd over. And she's here right now, probably going to take it to the end. So that's, wickets aren't falling from one end, which makes life so much easier for the batting side. And you throw into the fact that Jones has occupied the crease for 44 balls as well. Surrey have chopped and changed the bowling and tried to break this partnership that's now worth 90 off 110 balls. So it's a fair lick, you know, fair run rate, fair strike rate. And Surrey haven't had an answer. Wickets up top, fair play. It's given us plenty to talk about. The crowd have been on the edge of their seat. But this partnership has been huge. And a lesson in how to occupy the crease, manage the critical moments, construct innings. As Tilly Courtine-Coleman's back on from the Radcliffe Road end, and she's on the money straight away. There is no run. The difference between the sides as well is that those release balls, the boundary balls, will compare and contrast at the end of the innings, but a lot more boundaries for the Blaze, as we're going to get another one. No, we're not. Good fielding from deep square leg who comes around. So 2 more to Elvis. She moves on to 75.
Yeah, the boundaries have been a big one. Good to see the numbers on that at the end.
Hit hard up the ground. Good hand from ADR. Preventing the boundary. So just the single to Georgia Elvis. 11 required. 14 Coleman slightly short. And Jones was trying to slap that straight. I've seen that shot a couple of times from her. Oh, that one kept low, didn't it? Falling down the leg side again. Batters will scurry through. So there'll be 2 wides in the sundries column. Nine required. Single figures. 14 Coleman in. Bunted up the ground for no run. Maitland Brown doing the fielding. That's the end of the 34th over. Blaze 156 for 5. Blaze required 9 more runs. Last wicket fell at 61 for 5.
And I have just been doing a few calculations. You said you wanted to hear it at the end of the innings. Well, tough. So I can tell you that in Surrey's innings, they scored a total of no 6s and 8 4s. 8 4s. And the Blaze, currently, with 9 runs still to get, have 15 4s and 2 6s. But it still doesn't tell the story, does it? Because it's actually the manner in which, as a reverse sweep, has brought about the 16th 4 of the innings. A brilliant shot from Emma Jones and a firm punch with Georgia Elvis in the middle of the wickets. And Emma Jones gets another boundary away. But my point on that was just that it's more been, as we've mentioned, the time at which those boundaries have come. Few dots have built. And then the boundary release at the end of the over. And yes, the Blaze have been able to score more boundaries, but early in the innings as well. This one is a full toss and hit, just skewed over the infield. It's now dribbling out towards the boundary, but it's going to be retrieved well inside the rope.
And that applause is for the 100 partnership. 101 runs from 118 balls. And I think in late September, when it's as cold as this, and we're playing under lights, if the Blaze go deep into this competition, I think they'll reflect back on that partnership. Huge partnership. This is the top of the table clash. Surrey are a strong side.
They are 3 to win. Another reverse sweep. Is this going to go for 6? Well, it's not going to matter. It's a 1 bounce 4, and Emma Jones sails the Blaze to a victory as she finishes on 36 not out of 49 balls. Arguably, slightly more importantly, Georgia Elvis finishes on a match-winning, magnificent 76 not out of 95 balls. She came in at a time of strife. The Blaze were struggling, but they have now won the game by 5 wickets, extending their lead at the top of the table, and Surrey now lose 3 on the bounce away from home. And what a win for the Blaze, and you've got to say, what a magnificent knock from Georgia Elvis.
Absolutely incredible, and you know, fair play to Emma Jones as well, coming in at 61 for 5, and she, you know, absorbed pressure for a long period. We've seen some of that combative, aggressive batting at the end of her innings that I mentioned, the role she can play to see them home, but she's been the perfect partnership for Georgia Elvis, because as calm and as nonchalant as Georgia Ellis is, if she sees wickets falling around her, she has to change her game. So to have that support in Emma Jones as she taps her on the shoulder there and tells her well batted, that's been huge for the Blaze. The run chase has been a story of two halves, isn't it? The first 15 overs very much belonged to Surrey. 61 for 5 Blaze were reduced to in 14.4 overs, and that was the final wicket to fall of Ella Claridge. And then the rebuild started, and it just went from strength to strength. Georgia Ellis finishing 76 not out, Emma Jones 36 not out, a partnership of 115. That is huge in a low-scoring game. That is huge. And they are 5, it's a bonus point win, 5 points, 5 big points on what could have been a difficult run chase. Bowler-friendly conditions. So you see there, the handshakes. Head coach at the front there, Craig Cumming. Very happy with that one.
You say it could have been a difficult run chase, and it was a difficult run chase. And the thing is, it's made more difficult when you lose early wickets.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, they were 61 for 5, and it feels like they sailed through to victory. But they almost made it as tricky as it possibly could be in the first 15 overs. But these two just held on. They just clung on and survived, and also at the same time maintained their intent, maintained their positivity, found singles inside the ring, really importantly. And of course, as we mentioned, they finished with 17 fours and 2 sixes compared to Surrey's 8 fours and no sixes.
I think as well the construct of the side, the construct of sides even in domestic cricket now has changed. Teams carry an all-rounder, sometimes 2 all-rounders in the top 6, and all of a sudden you can afford to play a batter at 7 and 8 and carry an extra bowler. You've got that six bowling option, sometimes 7 bowling options. We've seen bowlers not bowl today, perhaps because of injury, but you know, the depth in both sides means that sometimes you get a team 5 down like Surrey did, and actually you're not really halfway through the batters because you've got the quality of someone like Emma Jones coming in at 7, and not forgetting Lucy Hyam, Josie Groves and the skipper Kirsty Gordon, you know, all padded up ready to come in. There's lots of depth in that Blaze side, and when the England players come in and out, like I said, it can disrupt the sides. Players can feel in and out of the side and therefore in and out of nick. But what we've seen today is a couple of players take responsibility for the team and get this Blaze side further up the table, continue that running form, and also a team that were 3rd before this game lose their 3rd game in a row. So it's really positive from a Blaze point of view. The season is long. We saw Blaze go very strong in the 50 over competition last year. When it got to knockout cricket at the end of the year, they lost their home semi-final, having topped the table all year. So there's a long way to go for the Blaze, but they'll take a lot of encouragement that one, Georgia Ellis, a fine campaigner, is in form, but one of their new signings is making a mark in the side as well. There's the recap on the screen. Surrey 164 all out in 43 overs. Share of the spoils from a bowling point of view. Kirsty Gordon picking up 3, Catherine Bryce, Charlie Phillips and Lucy Hyam all getting 2 apiece. Priyanash Chatterjee only played 2 games this year. I thought she shone from a Surrey point of view. She showed she's worth a place in the side, a very valuable 45, and I thought her bowling was pretty tidy as well. Kira Chatley not been in the runs, not had the form of last year, but she got some runs and had a valuable partnership that got Surrey somewhere near a semi-respectable score. Cranston on debut, runs down the order, and Alice Monaghan offering a little bit of resistance as well. But it became the Georgia Ellis show after those 5 wickets that fell. Got to mention Alice Monaghan though, 2 wickets in 1 over. and Maitland Brown got the ball to zip around and talk quite a bit and put a bit of worry in the crowd here at Trent Bridge, who have come for some music, food and cricket. But it was the Georgia Elwes show, 76 not out, and well supported by Emma Jones, finishing 36 out in a partnership of 115. I think there's nothing left to say really, other than a great victory for the Blaze. I'm James Carr. I've been joined by Charlie Harden today. Charlie, thanks for your dulcet tones, and hopefully I'll see you again in a few weeks. Thanks for tuning in, and on the road we go.
Thanks, James. Thanks, everybody.
See you soon.